target. I need a target. I'm out of range.
These demons will not take Dalaran. Meet me in the Chamber of the Guardian.
We will find a way through this. For Azeroth. Be vigilant, friend.
The spell we cast was supposed to banish the Legion's forces from Dalaran before it was teleported to the Broken Isles. I don't know what went wrong, or how the Legion was able to breach our defenses, but we must retake the city.
Observe and reflect. Come back in one.
If we don't reinforce the building's barriers, then the civilians hiding inside will be left defenseless.
I need to target something first. I need to get closer.
I've discovered why you have amnesia. When you entered this timeline, you took the place of another you. A hero of vast renown. So you have some big shoes to fill. But Momentous can help you live up to your own legend. Find him at the Obliterum Forge.
Time Runner, more Atari, let me know what's going on. Let's get to work. Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. Go put your gear to the task. If you're going to play the hero, then you'll need a powerful artifact weapon from this timeline. I can pluck one from its current time and place for you. But I'll need a few reagents to cast the spell. That bent and battered blade has seen exactly as many battles as you think it has.
It's too far away. I need a target.
something to build. Come back if anything breaks. In need of repairs? See you soon.
I'll listen. Trust only your eyes.
An ancient tablet, locked away in a dusty chest. What a waste of valuable knowledge.
I need to get closer. I need to target something first.
Oddities like that one tend to be great sources of temporal energy, thanks to the actions of their owners.
I don't have a target.
Ah, you're back. Now to forge some infinite bronze from what you've collected. Come back if anything breaks. See you soon. Go put your gear to the test. There's always something to be fixed. In need of repairs? I'll be waiting. First, we'll need to use the forge to prepare the anchoring materials and separate the infusing power from them. Good job. Now we need to separate the temporal fibers from the frayed threads. Excellent. Now, infuse the fibers into the anchoring materials. Perfect. Now we just forge the infused anchoring materials into infinite bronze. Brilliant! You've done it! You've forged the infinite bronze. Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. See you soon. Come back if anything breaks. Give me something to build. I'll be waiting. There's always something to be fixed. Go put excellent choice. Now I'll reach through time and space to secure your artifact. Has been altered and enhanced by this timeline's temporal energy. Its powers are different from before. In need of repairs? I'll be waiting. Give me something to build. Come back if anything breaks. Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. There's always something to be fixed. Go put your gear to the test. Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. Give me something to build. There's always something to be fixed.
Farewell.
In need of repairs? See you soon. I'll be waiting. There's always something to be fixed. Come back if anything breaks. Go put your gear to the test. In need of repairs? See you soon. Go put your gear to the test. See you soon.
Trust no one. Seek the truth.
Take that new artifact for a spin. Defeating enemies will provide temporal energy to further empower it, and armor for errors to scrap.
It's too far away. I'm out of range. I need to get closer. I need to target something first. I'm out of range. It's too far away. I don't have a target. I need a target. I need to target something first.
Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. I'll be waiting.
Why are you here? The world will change. Farewell. What do you want? Seek the truth. Why are you here?
Something to build. Come back if anything breaks. See you soon. There's always something to be fixed. I'll be waiting.
Trust no one. Trust only your eyes. What do you want? The world will change.
Something to build. Go put your gear to the task. Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. Come back if anything breaks.
I don't have a target. I can't attack that target.
In need of repairs? See you soon. Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. Go put your gear to the test. In need of repairs? Come back if anything breaks.
Farewell.
Give me something to build. There's always something to be fixed. I'll be waiting. See you soon. I'll be waiting. There's always something to be fixed. I'll be waiting. See you soon. I'll be waiting. In need of repairs? Come back if anything breaks. Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. Go put your gear to the test. There's always something to be fixed.
Jalani rami hatiku sepi, angan-angan tresno dibales tresno, nyatane tresno dibales.
Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer.
Wes nyaman,
I'll listen.
kok malah hilang. Melongin bertahan lorong, kok selalu ono meski kowe ra ono rasa. Rasa sing jebul tak rasake dhewe. Kepacut sayang ngei harapan kowe milih liyane. Angipe pekat
There's always something to be fixed.
What do you want? Trust only your eyes.
all servers are really connected anyway. Calm city, either or. You unlock ground mounts at level 10, faster ground mounts, and what the fuck they actually is at the 2-piece equipped and 4-piece rewards at the end that scales with what level of difficulty you set the delve to, stopping its scaling at difficulty level 8. Looking for raid, the brain dead raid difficulty, aptly named looking for retards, lowest item level variant of the raid specific gear. Possible tier gear drops here though, more on that in a little bit. The normal raid is a step up in difficulty and item level rewards from LFR. A lot more boss mechanics to deal with. Tier gear drops here at normal item level. Allows flex rating, which means mob and boss health scales, and so do the loot quantity drops based on your group size. It flexes from a party as small as 10 to a maximum of 25. Pretty simple. Heroic Raid, once again a step up from all the aspects of normal, both mechanics, health, and all that stuff. It's still flex mode enabled, and you can get heroic item level tier gear drops. Mythic Raid, the bleeding edge of raiding, massive difficulty spike on most bosses from heroic, and
hello guys, how's it going? Experience was so after somebody who experienced because how you and level a character faster than everybody else. So for today's video, I wanted to do a step-by-step guide on everything that you should do first when getting a brand new character started with Legion Remix, in order to make sure that you are focused on the right things to chase after, to make sure you're not wasting your time and are trying to make the most powerful character possible. As always, if you guys want to see more guides for Legion Remix, as well as any other content within War Within or Limited Alpha, be sure to follow the channel and subscribe. But otherwise, let's dive right in. First things first, you should be aware how currencies function within Legion Remix and which ones you should focus on first, because there's a bit of a pecking order with all the currencies. Like, some of them should be prioritized ahead of others, but it's not really obvious from the get-go. First things first, you have currencies such as bronze. Bronze is no longer tied to any player power progression, so you can spend it however you want to, as long as you're not, like, over cap on it and getting close to that 500,000 bronze cap. Spend it as much as you want to, buy whatever you like. It really doesn't make that much of a difference anymore when it comes to making a more powerful character. The next currency is infinite power, which is what powers up your weapon. This is what allows you to progress your weapon with additional abilities and pick up new skills, but grinding for infinite power can take some time. So before we want to get infinite power, we actually have a currency that's even more important, and that is infinite knowledge. Infinite knowledge multiplies how much infinite power you have per point of infinite knowledge. So ideally, the pecking order is you should focus on getting infinite knowledge as your top priority currency out of all of them, because that will allow you to get more infinite power. And the more infinite power you can get on your character, the stronger they become, so you can dive into more difficult content and even solo that content, which allows you to get a ludicrous amount of bronze. This is why infinite knowledge is the best currency to focus on. So anything that awards you more infinite knowledge is going to be it should be your highest priority above everything, since it has a snowball effect for literally every other currency available. Now, as for the actual step-by-step guide of what you should do on a first character is, first of all, open up your map, or rather your warband screen, and then use the map icon in the warband drop down. This allows you to unlock all of the flight paths, and if you've unlocked any of them in Legion previously outside of Legion Remix, you will immediately gain all of them on a character, which will allow you to get a bunch of bronze for exploration, but also unlock any of the achievements regarding the exploration and flight paths, which is necessary for completion for some of the zones. Something you can do really easily. My chat had to point out to me that you could do this immediately to get a bunch of currencies from the get-go, so do this literally first things first on a brand new character. But when you make your first time run a character, you'll be prompted with an intro questline, which you should just focus on, and focus on the main story questline that the game provides you. This will help you unlock your artifact weapon, this will help you get some additional gear, and this will also prompt you to go and open up and unlock your class order hall and actually get your artifact weapon for real this time around, which you should do so immediately. It also is not a bad idea for you to go and get the other class order hole weapons as well, or class AP weapons specifically, especially if your class has multiple roles like tanking or healing. It generally is a good idea to do this as early as possible, just so you have all your weapons unlocked immediately. Next, the intro quest will also have you visit the Bazaar, which is this little island to the south of Dalaran that has all the vendors. I usually just call it the Vendor Island, but this is going to be the place, a hub that you can't really find easily, but it is south of Dalaran specifically on the little island. It'll be pretty easy to see because it has a big bronze orb all around it. That place is going to be something that you'll be coming back to fairly regularly. In fact, the game will even throw you consumables to let you teleport here temporarily. So you will be visiting this place pretty often as you're questing. So keep coming back to this place specifically for research quests. Passive quests that you'll be completing while you're still working on the open world content, dungeon content. It's just something that you don't necessarily have to focus on, but something that you'll naturally complete a lot of the times over time passively while you're focusing on other things. And at all times, you want to have research quests running in the background permanently, always, as best as you can. The more of them, the merrier. So you can work on them slowly but surely while you're doing the story quests and the zone quests and various different objectives like dungeons and raids to be able to further power up your character. So have research quests running at all times in the background always. Now, once you have all those research quests running in the background, focus on completing your story quest zones. The best zones to start questing in are going to be Val'sharah and Stormheim. They're the most straightforward zones. The quests themselves aren't super far apart. Talking about the story quests and the side quests, which you will want to go and complete at some point. These are fairly quick zones and they're pretty good overall. All the locations and all the important areas are tied together. These are also zones that have a raid in those zones specifically, like Trial of Valor in Stormheim and Emerald Nightmare in Val'sharah. And there are some achievements for zone completions, so the faster you can unlock those zone completions, plus the raids of the zones, the faster you'll be able to get more knowledge, as well as other unique rewards for the zones as well as part of the Legion Remix experience. But that's part of the reason why you want to complete them as quickly as you can, because they're good zones. You can get a lot of XP without leaving that zone specifically, and the raids themselves will allow you to get additional early advantages until we unlock new raids and more content in future phases within Legion Remix. Another advantage to completing the actual main story of a zone, which you should really complete the entire zone, but completing the main story allows you to get a huge boost in terms of the amount of EXP you can earn. Plus, allows you to earn a bunch of Legion Remix specific rewards as well. But you will also be able to get these perfected epic mementos, which give you a warbound bonus on a character for 10% additional bonus XP that you can obtain. You actually get a bunch of these throughout your Legion Remix experience. You get some for doing the intro quest, you get one for reaching 20, and you get one for completing every single zone as well, which means that you'll get more EXP to level faster and faster on a brand new character, which is part of the reason why we want to complete a lot of the zones completely, at least the storylines. But you actually also want to go out of your way to do even more for each and every single one of the zones to make a much stronger character.
I'll be
Outside
waiting.
of the main story questline, you also want to complete the lore runner achievements for that zone. So you'll be stuck in Val'sharah and Stormheim for a while, but they're probably the most straightforward zones for you to get through, as completing the lore runner, which means the main quest and every side quest, allows you to unlock additional knowledge in order to make a more powerful character. While you're also doing this at the same time, if you are interested in the hard mode or heroic world tier, which I'll talk about here in just a second, while you're questing out the open world, slaying demons with affixes also could potentially get you additional knowledge as well. So that's something you could do while you're still questing in the zone. Completing dungeons for Legion Remix also can grant you additional knowledge. So that's something you could do while you're questing, queuing for dungeons. And when you completed every single dungeon in Legion Remix, you will get even more knowledge for basically doing the entire dungeon run. Also, the 2 raids that are currently available, as well as future raids, will also offer you knowledge for doing a full complete raid run. That means defeating every single boss of that instance. Right now we have Emerald Nightmare as well as Trial of Valor, so getting those completed at least once on a character is worth it. However, dungeons as well as raids are in a daily lockout, not a weekly lockout. so you can run them as much as you want to, and technically you can make them part of your daily activities, daily raid runs, in order to be able to get additional XP, additional power progression, gear as you level in the character, and you can actually start doing even the raids at level 20. So definitely worth doing as part of your daily activities, but at least you should do it once for that knowledge gain specifically. And another achievement that can be easily completed while you're focusing on those things is the infinite power, unlimited power achievement, which also grants you more knowledge. But if you're building a knowledge, you're going to be able to have an easier time getting infinite power, which will mean you'll get even more knowledge. So more knowledge awards you power, which gives you even more knowledge. So it's perfect. It is one of those achievements that you will accomplish completely passively, but focusing on infinite knowledge immediately from the get-go will mean that this achievement will be just as freebie and an easy one to apply over time.
I need a target.
Now, another question that I have for you guys is the heroic royalty worth enabling? And I think you should enable it. You can tell from the bazaar, there's an obelisk in the background that you can interact with that allows you to enter into this harder mode of open world content.
I'm out of
and it is
range.
significantly harder. Enemies are scarier.
Too far away.
A lot of the casted abilities can be terrifying, especially when you pull one too many of them, or even just a one-third enemy that's elite. That also is affix. That means they have additional bonuses and additional strength for every single affix that they run. So yeah, it is definitely a much harder than the world content. However, the rewards of experience and power gain are massive and definitely difficult to overlook. It is insanely worth it.
I don't have a target.
If you're dying a lot and having to do a lot of perks running, you know, then you're not really doing this super efficiently. I think it's still worth giving heroic royalty a try to see if you can weather the storm that is this new form of open world experience. If you are having a hard time with it, they do give you an extra ability to take you out of it, even out in the open world. So you really interrupt your questing journey and, you know, run back to the bar and then run back to continue questing. You can just do so from where you're located.
I need to target something first.
Instantly. So it's definitely worth doing, I think, at least at the very beginning. And if you can hang the amount of rewards you get with your experience and power,
I don't have a target. I need a target.
There's also other rewards that you'll be able to obtain for doing heroic world quests and world activities in the future. But while you're leveling in the character, it's worth enabling.
I need to target something first.
However, if you're struggling, I don't think it'll be worth your time. To recap everything that we talked about here so far, focus on trying to get as much knowledge as humanly possible. It is the best resource that's just going to snowball, buff up all of your other resources that you'll gain during Legion Remix, and it'll result in the more powerful characters to have an easier time lasting through the content.
I need to target something
Get your
first.
research quest done as early as possible. Have them running in the background as soon as you can, as they're going to be overall huge for your character progression. Get your daily dungeons and raids done if you're looking for a bit of a bump to your resources.
I don't have a target.
But if you're doing at least once for that knowledge immediately. Heroic royalty is a choice, and that's really up to you whether you make that choice. But at the end of the day, what you should be doing is continuing to quest and complete zones, starting with Bashara and Stormheim early, as well as getting all the other zones done as well. Focus on completing these zones in their entirety, as they'll allow you to create a more powerful character, so you can have an easier time through the rest of the Legion Remix experience. And definitely anything new regarding Midnight, as well as if you got any questions regarding any of the upcoming content in general, pretty good place to reach me directly. Also, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below, and as always, I'll see all of you guys in the next one.
With Anniversary Realms now well into AQ40 and Naxx not far beyond that, returning to the Burning Crusade as the next step is getting ever closer. That'll bring us into a whole new world with an entirely different meta when it comes to which classes and specs will do the best. Today I want to cover what I think will be the top 10 most in-demand specs this time around going into TBC, with us now having way more knowledge across the classic community of how each class will realistically perform from tier 4 all the way through to the Sunwell. I say this because going into TBC the first time, we thought warriors would be pretty much below average until tier 6, mages would end up playing fire eventually, and hunters could just hit a one button macro and top DPS. And it turns out that yeah, on our classic release some things were a bit different than expected, even though for the most part the majority of the information on TBC was correct. I'll also cover at least one spec for each class here, otherwise not gonna lie, some classes wouldn't appear on the list. So let's talk about each of the classes for TBC and go over what should be the most in-demand specs for each of them for the expansion. Starting off, we have a few classes which overall won't be terribly highly in demand. In fact, I expect them to be somewhat overplayed. However, if I really wanted to pick a spec for each of these classes that will be actively wanted, then here's what they'll be. Let's begin with a rogue. Well, rogues pretty much have one PvE spec in TBC, and that's combat. So the answer's combat. Now, you may know that Subtlety does have a utility debuff in Hammerage, and yes, TBC is the expansion where raiding is about assembling all the various bits of utility, so your top DPS can do even more DPS. However, sub is really bad at actually doing damage itself, so bad in fact that it's not worth bringing for the utility. It's much more of a PvP oriented spec. You better just be playing a combat rogue. And assassination, in case you're wondering, is also just beyond bad in TBC, which is a real shame because there's a bunch of agility daggers that drop, and oftentimes no one really wants them beyond stat sticks. It has major problems such as poison damage still being essentially cosmetic. Whilst Blizzard did get rid of the charge system on poisons that they had in vanilla, poisons still don't scale with your attack power, and you can't have Wind Fury and a main hand poison active, so they're kind of dead on arrival. On top of that, for some reason you have to be behind your target when using Mutilate 2 in TBC, so you have to deal with those annoying positional requirements which I personally can't stand. This makes this spec even not that good for leveling, and trust me, I've tried it, it's quite average. I doubt Blizzard are about to straight up significantly buff or nerf any specs in TBC like they've been doing with Mists of Pandaria, but Assassination as a spec is one that just needs major changes for it to be good at literally anything, which again leaves us with combat. It's a pretty straightforward spec to play, and it scales quite well as time goes on. You will be expected to put up improved exposed armor for other physical damage dealers, and this really is your selling point because you don't have Tricks of the Trade either yet, so that's an addition in Wrath. And you can do well on fights with Cleave with your cooldowns active, so fights like Achuman the Huntsman, Morose and so on. They're also not bad in heroics due to the amount of CC they can bring, but you can have a rough time getting cleaved by random attacks from enemies. Overall though, Rogue gets better as time goes on. They won't be super in demand, but if I had to pick something for the Rogue, combat is definitely the answer. Just make sure you're in a guild if you intend to main this for the expansion. Being part of the Pug world as a Rogue isn't something I would recommend. Before we go on, a quick mention to today's sponsor. If you're building anything online, having a custom domain and a secure email is essential. That's where this new partnership between Porkbun and Proton Mail comes in. Porkbun is a domain name registrar known for low prices and its excellent customer support, and Proton Mail is one of the world's leading end-to-end encrypted email services built to protect your privacy. Together they've made it easier than ever to set up a secure, professional email address using your own domain. So whether you're a freelancer, developer, small business owner, or you just want some more control over your online presence, this makes a lot of sense to use. With Proton Mail, your emails are encrypted from end to end, meaning only you and your recipients can read them. And now through Porkbun, you can connect your domain and get started with Proton Mail Essentials or Professional plans. You'll also get access to Proton's full privacy suite, plus free features from Porkbun like Whois Privacy and SSL certificates. So visit Porkbun today to register your domain and add Proton Mail to secure your email, with plans starting at $5.99 per month for the first year. Many thanks to Porkbun and Proton for the sponsor today. Let's get on back to WoW. Next is Warrior, and here I want to talk about a spec that was created during TBC Classic. This is a Classic original which you may not have heard of, and it's called the Kebab Warrior. Why is it called Kebab? I'm just gonna put the word progression on the screen so you can try and make some sense out of it. Trust WoW players to make a name for something that just doesn't really make any sense. It's like when people say, yeah, I was playing reverse skydive, snorkel, monkey cleave and threes today, and they expect you to know what they mean. Anyways, what is Kebab Warrior? Basically, you're playing arms, but you're dual wielding. There are several benefits of this. On average, it's better for rage generation in lower levels of gear, as opposed to hoping that your two-hander hits and that Wind Fury procs. Second, you're setting yourself up to play dual wield and receive dual wield weapons, which means eventually you can try and convince your GM that you should totally go Fury now and you need priority on glades. But biggest of all is you actually bring a useful debuff to the raid in Blood Frenzy that increases physical damage on the target by 4%, and only arms warriors bring this debuff. This is your selling point, and you need a selling point in TBC to make sure you're getting into raids consistently, and that'll make your raid leader think, actually yes, we should be taking a DPS warrior. I think early on in TBC Classic, this will be the meta spec for warriors to play. Though as the expansion progresses, you definitely eventually do want to be re-rolling to Fury once we get into tier 5 and tier 6. Warrior of course scales great, it's just as mentioned in TBC, you kind of need to be bringing some utility unless you're doing amazing damage. Warrior ended up doing quite well even during tier 5 with proper support in TBC Classic and was used for speedruns in fact, but I think that these types of raids will be the exception. Also there's always 1 million warrior players left over from Classic since it's the DPS spec of that version of the game, which is why this time around I think more people are going to stick with their warrior as a main, and there's going to be quite a few of them hanging about. If you do intend to play warrior though, I'd give Kebab Warrior a bit of a look up, it could just be what you end up playing. Next for the final overplayed classes is the Mage, but their most in-demand spec will be Arcane by far. So Frost really just doesn't do damage. It's good for leveling, it's good for PvP, it's okay in heroics when you need to kite stuff, but it's not what you're after in raids. Fire does scale very well in TBC, but we're talking going into tier 6 before it starts to really do well, and even then it's very RNG reliant on crits, albeit much more self-sufficient and doesn't need as much support as Arcane does. Arcane however will be the mage spec to play and is viable straight from your first raid right to your very last. The issue with Arcane is that it needs way more support to do damage than your average DPS does. The whole spec of course is based around having as much uptime on pressing a max stack Arcane Blast with all your cooldowns running. This means you're going to be spending a ton of mana on this spell and you'll go super fast. So in addition to your standard caster buffs that anyone would want, you also need to be part of the Shadow Priest group for Vampiric Touch, you need Innovate from your druids, and Mana Tide Totem from your Resto Shaman. If you're missing these things, this spec very quickly becomes average at best. Due to how resource hungry they are, I doubt many raids would consider more than 2 mages if both are Arcane. On the upside however, once you get your tier 5 2 set, it buffs Arcane Blast massively and makes the spec into one of the best performers of that tier by far, though they do begin to fall off somewhat into tier 6. But if you're getting the support you need, Arcane is a super fun spec, despite it just being about mashing Arcane Blast as much as possible. Following that I have the entry from the Paladin, and it's a pretty close pick between all of their specs really. Ideally you want one of each in your raid, but I think I'm going to go for the Ret Pala here. Ret is simply a must-have in every raid and is an absolute utility machine. There are a few specs in the game which are more worth a single raid spot than a Ret Pala. They're of course going to bring one of the Paladin blessings which are essential. They have a disease magic or poison dispel, they have blessings of freedom, sacrifice and protection, they have plus 2% bonus damage for their party and a 3% crit chance increase against their target. And on top of that they refresh all judgments with Crusader Strike, and extending the duration on wisdom is essential or half your DPS will go and wonder what the problem is. Ret can actually do pretty solid DPS you know, and with RNG can be towards the top of the meters, but it is very random how well you'll do due to the nature of seal twisting and Wind Fury procs. Seal twisting is of course just changing your seal as your melee attack lands, allowing you to benefit from your hit effects of both seals at the same time. If you get lucky, with Wind Fury procs you can attack about 6 times in the same hit, unless of course that first hit is the first global against the boss, in which case it will be unlucky because you'll instantly over aggro and die. Not ideal. Again, one of each Paladin is ideal, and I think if I had to bring more than one of any of their 3 specs it would be Ret. The reasoning is as good as protection protection is, it's not as good as other tanks on single target threat, and Holy is more about pure single target heals, which you don't really tend to need two of. So all in all, Ret should be in demand, and it should be fairly easy to find a raid spot as this spec, but just know they won't be stacked. The next pick is for the Priest, and it's going to be in a similar place to Ret as far as how it'll go, and that'll be for Shadow Priest. Shadow Priests are another one of the most essential one-off picks in a TB.
Alright guys, this is going to be a quick video on an add-on that you need for Legion Remix. Now if you've been playing Legion Remix, you know that you get a ton of gear all the time, and this is what your bags can look like very quickly. Now with the that there's various things that you can do with this add.
Alright, hello. 3 XP, I think. I'm pretty sure I get it. From Vardis Felsoul in Suramar. There should be, if you haven't started already, there's a scenario where you have to jump on like a bat, and once you're on the bat, it takes you into the scenario. If you're still inside the little Demon Hunter spaceship,
Well then.
and
Fair enough.
artifact weapon, that's probably the biggest, like, highlight change that I think most people will... The... to your level, as you might expect, but single spec you and I guess I'm choosing that is kind of and I guess I can, but yeah, I'm trying to focus now because I mean, if you've seen any leveling ever before, you know that the most important thing is get out of the bottleneck. So I'm just trying to be really efficient and not worry about anything like anything super unimportant right now, because I'm just trying to make sure that I get out of Dalaran, because it's already starting to lag.
Farewell. Seek the truth.
Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. Now that you have your artifact, it's time to be the hero you're meant to be. Report to Khadgar and save the day.
target. I don't have a target.
Champion, I've discovered how we can expel the Legion from Dalaran. Be vigilant, friend.
For Azeroth.
Fair Lord Nesmith is in command of the invasion portals. Dispatching him will break the siege. Well done. Once again, Dalaran is in your debt.
Come back in one piece.
We'll speak again soon, and hopefully under better circumstances.
Are they gone? The possibilities are infinite. As exciting as all that was, I'll be glad to get back to the Infinite Bazaar. Eternus will surely want to speak with you too.
It seems you've already had quite the impact on this timeline. But our work here has just begun. Question everything. May your possibilities be... Our goal with this experiment is to see how history would have played out if some of the variables were changed. Get acquainted with the rest of our temporal excursion. I am excited to see what differences you have yet to make.
Give me something to build. There's always something to be fixed.
Why are you here? Trust only your eyes.
Aye? Off with you. What's on your mind? Watch your back.
Finest goods in the Isles.
Speak. Seek the truth.
How may I aid you? Go in peace.
Change is good. Remember, some are meant to be broken.
If you're all set, let's get you back to Dalaran so you can rejoin the flow of events. You're always welcome back here, though. It's a pleasure to work with you. One moment, please. There we go. Oh, it feels good to stretch my wings. Hang on! Don't let this get to your head, but Eternus all... I should know, after all. I've known her for... well, forever. So take heart in knowing that what you are doing here is important. When we get back to Crassus's Landing, we're going to get you a flying mount all your own. After all, we're supposed to be keeping a low profile here. And I don't want to fly you all around the Broken Isles myself. Watch your step. So much knowledge waiting to be gleaned. Our endeavor goes on. Who knows what knowledge we'll acquire? Observe all that surrounds you. I will create a portal for you now. Our endeavor goes on.
There is more than one way to solve any problem. Our paths cross at last. We will again. Time is set in sand, not stone.
Lag really badly. Can I scrap my starting weapons? Looks like I can. Yeah, that's unfortunate then. I didn't realize that they changed it for you guys in Europe. That is unfortunate. Skip the skywriting tutorial. Oh, can you just skip it if you've done it? I guess if you already did the skywriting tutorial on Mop Remix, they just let you skip it entirely. That's cool. Okay, so I got a thing that gives me 10% increased experience. Cool. I guess the intro questline just gives you that right out of the gate. Twin Blades the Deceiver. Borrowed artifact retrieved from your Order Hall campaign. I'm gonna have to change my mount at some point, but for now I'm just using the default one that they put on my bars. I'm also... You'll notice I haven't used any of my gear yet. That's because these boxes, I believe, if it's anything like Mop Remix, they will scale with your level. And until I actually need to fight something, I may as well just hoard these boxes, and then if I manage to hit level 14 or something, then I'll have better stuff. Okay, can I go inside? Enter Violet Hole, yes. Am I going for a world-first data collection? I guess, yeah, you could call it a world-first data collection, I suppose. Malician Aura. Do I want that, or I probably want Demon Blades, I guess? And this. Sure. This. Yeah, this is I think how my binds usually are. I think now that there's a lot of roleplay, I'll open this up. It gave me an extra sword. I don't know if it's supposed to do that. Okay, let's... This is probably a good opportunity to bust all of this open. Alright, I'm just going to run around and click whatever I can. I see some epics there, just so that I have something in every slot. And then later on, when we have, like, more time, I'll go through... Do I have gloves? I don't have gloves. We'll go through and we'll make sure that I actually optimize my gear. So I'm not going to delete anything just yet. Okay. stunned. Okay. Oh. Oh my. Okay, yeah. Apparently, equipping multiple pieces of gear just drastically increases your power. And I just completely obliterated that guy. That cool. Velvet, I'm guessing I need to run outside for that. Has your screen been frozen? I'm pretty sure it's just you. Pretty sure it's just you, because I even have, on Twitch, I have a pretty accurate preview of, what it looks like for other people, and it's working for me. It works now? Okay, cool, cool. You're playing remix on trial accounts on US. Honestly,
we will persevere.
You know, you're a legend
Glory
for that, because
Sindori.
while we're all doing
What
our first
business have
characters, you get to be the guinea
Yes.
pig. You get to tell us if trial accounts
Victory
actually work.
lies ahead.
So it's actually a win-win. Trolling already, you're behind. Okay, hey Oxira, good to see you. Okay, let's... I can't open this right now. So, what do I have that is... let me... Anything that's blue, I'm gonna try and organize, because... Obviously, I think I want to use the stuff that is higher... higher quality, because it has extra stats on it. But... I'll try and look to see as we go what, what I'm still missing. Like, if I would rather have a different, set of stats.
Mind yourself.
Maybe I should still use,
What
Demon
would you
Fight
ask
instead of
of
Demon
death?
Blades at this level. Just because my Chaos, or Fury generation is, like, really, really, really bad still at this level. I think I probably should. We'll see, then. At least whenever I have Sigil of Flame, that's more than enough to, like, kill a bunch of stuff. But then, in situations like that, where I'm not doing one giant pull and they're, like, running at me in waves, it's a little bit harder. Let's sort through my bags. Any other blue items? Blue, blue, blue. Anything I haven't equipped? It looks like I've equipped everything that I want. Okay, nice. Yeah. I've equipped something in every slot. That is... Obviously, so what we're looking for is anything that has speed on it. Duh. Speed, very good. And as for secondary stats, I would ideally like to have... right now, Critical Strike is king. So Havoc is crit mastery, but, like, I don't have a lot of the talents right now that make Critical Strike really good. So technically, like, it kind of is whatever. Every single spec at a low level is just, like, whatever. You don't really have much difference in terms of your stat prio, unless, like, the fundamental design of your spec is built in such a way where you... Okay, I guess I need to kill more demons. Where can I find demons? Probably I gotta kill that big infernal, and he'll give me the demon soul that I need for the quest. That is... yeah, it's probably... It has been a very long time since I have done any of this Legion stuff, obviously. This is probably enough? No? Still need more? Where are the demons? The demons in here? Where do I go to kill demons? I don't think I ran past too many others. Well, maybe do I just have to Fell Rush beyond that? I think that's like a barrier. I guess I'll backtrack. Maybe I missed something. I scared them off. I hope I didn't break it by just like holding W. That would be really awkward. Oh, no, there's some demons over here. That just, you know, they forgot that they're supposed to attack me. Alright, there we go. Cool, cool, cool. Can't skip this cutscene. But yeah, at low levels, just in general, stats don't matter that much. It's, it kind of, you just want to balance. So I'm not going to focus on it too much. Long term, for Havoc, crit mastery is good. Crit is, generally speaking, I would say, just a good stat to focus on at really low levels, because if you get a random crit and you one-shot a mob, then that's just pretty good. It saves more time than, you know, hitting a mob slightly more over time, so, like, usually better than haste. Versatility also tends to be a pretty good stat at low levels for everybody, but you actually can't get Verse on your gear in Legion Remix. It's, like, entirely locked behind the artifact tree or something like that. So, basically, I'm going to prioritize crit whenever possible. If I have, like, two pieces that both have speed, and one has crit and the other doesn't, then I prioritize the one that gives me crit. And Mastery is the next highest prio, but the main reason why Mastery is good for Havoc is there's a talent that makes it so your Mastery increases your movement speed, but I don't have that talent yet. Are you kidding me? Interrupted my... I guess it interrupted my I-beam, but I think technically, yeah, this guy's dead. I killed him, quote-unquote, and I've triggered the roleplay, or whatever. Servers are up, time to make your DH. Fellow Demon Hunter enjoyer. I figure most people are going to play DH for this. Like, on one hand, yes, I'm a bit unoriginal picking Demon Hunter for the Legion thing, but there are many reasons why I decided to pick Demon Hunter. The biggest one is just, I don't really get to play Havoc that much in a leveling context, because for retail speedruns, it has a very awkward start. So even though I love Havoc, it's a really fun spec, and it is really good for leveling, I've done so many, like, Druid and Monk speedruns, levels starting at level 10 with allied races, but Demon Hunter start at level 8 in retail. So it's just kind of like, you know, the whole square hole problem. Guessing EU launches tomorrow? I have blue boots? Yes, I do. We have all the artifact talents at the end. You will have to commit to one path, yes. You pick one path, and that's the one that you do. So, one of the main things that I'm actually going to try and make a video on soon-ish is discussing which of the, like, builds is the best for leveling. It's probably going to be, like, a second channel video, and I'll make that maybe by Thursday is what I'm hoping for. So I'm hoping that by that point in time, I've done enough testing where I'm, like, confident that, like, yes, this is the best artifact build for leveling, and I can make a video covering that. I already have a rough idea on what the strongest ones are going to be. You could just kind of read the tooltips and be like, okay, yeah, this is definitely better than the other ones, but I will discuss that as we actually get to that point.
Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
Still lagging a little bit for some reason. Yeah. Well, while the lag clears up, I guess I'll spend my talent points. Come on.
I've been waiting for this day.
Can't make a DH and trial account before having a level 10 character? Well, I mean, you can get to level 10 in retail in a pretty long time. Oh, are you saying you can make trial account characters, but you were specifically trying to make a Demon Hunter? I see. Can only use outside. It's weird. Okay, boots. That has speed. So, yep, that is better.
Our mission is not yet complete.
This also had speed. This has haste. Take this then. Unless, oh no, this is higher item level. Okay. So we'll just do that. Speed, mastery, crit. Assume that's better. Yep. And let's see. This is avoidance. This is avoidance. My shoulders are epic, and helmet is mastery leech. I'd rather have leech. While leveling, generally speaking, avoidance is the worst stat. Alright, I'm relatively happy with my current gear right now. I'll figure it out later on. I think while this guy does... because he's gonna, like, walk, right? Yeah, so I can do this and just clear up some space. I think he'll still keep walking because I'm close enough to him that I won't need to worry about that. And now I just need to make sure that I catch up to him. Yeah. worth it, because I lose like a tiny bit of time having to catch up now, but overall, getting to effectively skip that entire roleplay is good. You have blue boots that I haven't equipped. Yeah, I just noticed what that person earlier was saying. If you were the one who said that, then thank you. I did see now. But thankfully I got even better blue boots out of my... okay, this is not a skippable cutscene, I guess. Nice thing is I can open boxes and organize my bags a little bit. Can I use this? I can use this. Nice. Does this give me power? Just gives me a quest. Okay. Yeah, so Nostwin's Voucher is really good. This is basically like a free little Hearthstone. So I'll have to test later whether the 2 different Hearthstones I have function separately. But I don't want to potentially waste it right now. I need to go upstairs again. Let's do that. I'm going to put my Hearthstones on my bars, just in case. Nice pants. That is good. It's gonna be a little bit awkward. I'm gonna start Val'Shara.
You should return to Dalaran and secure passage.
Might pursue second one.
Do not honor me.
What else? These quests, because they're just free XP, I think. I'm pretty sure I get experience from that. Or at least I get experience from doing this intro stuff. Loramus is story. I guess, can I choose a second artifact and then complete the intro quest? Yeah. So, I'm not actually going... Oh, fuck. It switched my spec when I accepted that quest. Alright, that's fine. Still worth it to get that free chunk of experience, but I didn't realize it auto-switches you to Vengeance. Yeah. Is it just gonna spam sorry for the interruption, we're gonna jump you forward in time? Okay, so there's some just auto-talking roleplay going on. Let's get some more Fury generation. This is Speed Gloves, Crit Master, yep, that's an upgrade. Chest Speed, yep, that's an upgrade. Avoidance Mastery, I have speed already. Anything green I don't even need to look at. Yeah. It's green, I don't care. Okay, I assume any second now. The nice thing is I can keep scrapping while I wait. It looks like scrapping stuff also just gives you free stats. I think that's where it's from. Man, this is long roleplay. I forgot how good this is. Bro, you're only level 14. There's a level 30 already. GG. Oh no, whatever shall I do? You're telling me that there's people who are actually trying to speedrun this? With, like, set-up groups, and not just doing it solo? Without PTR testing? Oh. I guess I'm just cooked. Should I just quit Legion Remix entirely, guys? It's over for me. Change to hard mode? If you're talking about the heroic world thing, I'm actually not doing that. That is one thing that I did test. It's absolutely not even remotely worth it. No, 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 no. There's no reason to do that. I'm gonna use my Dalaran Hearthstone. We'll see. Yeah, the heroic world thing, like, maybe later on, once you have insanely super-duper powerful gear, you could justify doing that. But for a first character leveling, do not waste your time. It gives you, like, a trivial amount of increased mob kill experience. It doesn't buff anything meaningfully, and the mobs are so much harder to kill. It's not worth it. Bonus XP, I guess. Is that, Reach your own legends. Reach level 40, infinite research assignments completed. Okay. So... This way. From what I heard, understand you prefer speed over other stats. Is there an item level margin? You take off speed for a higher item level? I mean, this isn't an exact science, right? So that's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to kind of eyeball that, honestly. What is this? Is this quest to get to Val'sharah? Or do I have to do something differently? It's been so long since I've done this stuff. Tranquil Forest. I think this is a waste of time, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I go over here to start Val'sharah. Okay, fucking Khadgar's trolling me, apparently. I've already started this. Okay, I got this thing for 10% more XP. Artifact weapon will automatically absorb this. Apparently not. Avoidance boots, don't care about that. It is epic, so I'll hold on to it, I guess. But I don't think you can actually upgrade gear, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, is Khadgar gonna stop fucking sitting here yapping? We should try again in Shadowlands Remix. Yeah. That's whatever. Run-of-the-mill YouTube troll. Is for your artifact weapon the tank spec? Ah, good call. I guess, you know what? Honestly, probably fine in the end, because it, I get to turn this in. It's, free XP. Wait, can I activate this and insta-complete the quest? All I want to make sure is I don't, accidentally, like, start the actual scenario. Let's see. Flight to Val'sharah. Okay. Do I actually want to take the flight to Val'sharah? I don't know if you need to do... I think it teleports you, though. I can turn that in later on when, I head back to Dalaran. I mean, that was... The roleplay sucked, but now, effectively, I got 3 quests, really quickly back-to-back. And remember, everything gives the same XP. So... like... yeah. Technically, I guess there's, like, the meta quests give more, but you get the idea. Okay, the Griffin does not automatically TP you. I'm not sure if it's required. Some quests like this, you need to interact with the flight. Other ones, it's like if you land there, it gives you credit. I don't know this one, so I'd rather just take this and not risk flying all the way to Val'sharah on my skywriting mount, only to realize, oh crap, it doesn't work that way. And it gives me, again, time to organize things. Also, you can see here my Hearthstones do share a cooldown. That's good to know. I can't do this here. Should be able to do quests up until you jump on a bat. Gotcha. But yeah, I think that, generally speaking, I will prioritize speed over a slight increase in secondary stats. So, like, speed will increase your leveling speed by a greater amount than, like, a tiny bit of extra agility or mastery or crit. If I get to a point where I feel like I'm really struggling to kill things, then maybe I would take an upgrade. But also, theoretically, if you wait long enough, you might just get a higher item level piece in the same slot that also has speed, so you'll kind of naturally get upgrades. So in a perfect world, you wouldn't actually need to make that choice. You just hold on to the speed stuff for as long as you possibly can. Hello, Goldson TV. Thank you for the well wishes. Okay. Oh, I automatically hopped on Alfurian's back. Stormheim has to be the slowest area in Legion. It's definitely among the 2 slowest. I would say Val'sharah is clearly the fastest, High Mountain's clearly the 2nd fastest, and then it's like Azuna and Stormheim are probably about even. It's tough to say. I think Azuna is a lot faster at the start. The early Azuna quests are good, but then, like, middle to late Azuna, I feel is really, really slow. I do not like it. Whereas Stormheim, I think, after you get through a lot of the initial roleplay, it picks up, and it's nowhere near as bad. But they are definitely, by far, the 2 slowest. Val'sharah is really good at the start. It obviously has this roleplay, but, I mean, if you know Val'sharah, you know it branches off really quickly into a bunch of little hubs that have these bonus objectives. It's really nice. And High Mountain is kind of similar, it's just a generally efficient zone. Yeah, because then you get these quests and they all branch off into their own little areas. It doesn't really matter the order you do them in. Let's grab this. Hearing the skies, a bell of a tongue. Okay. I guess... presumably I'm in no rush to do that, and I can just kind of passively go through them. Okay, what are my quests here? I want to prioritize the quest objectives. There. What's this? Time-warped obelisk. Haste movement speed. Cool. Might be the wrong place to ask, but are Remix separate servers? No. It uses all of the same servers as regular World of Warcraft. So you just go on to whatever server you play on, like this character that I'm leveling is on Mal'Ganis, just because that was whatever server I happened to have selected when I logged into the game. Some of my alts are on there, and I wanted to just get in as soon as possible, so I just created a character there. And it doesn't matter these days. The server you pick, it's kind of unimportant. Oh, okay. Random stun. Cool. Love that. Just auto-attack these guys down. You got a question? How do you complete the quest called The Hunt? You gotta be more descriptive than that. I'm glad that you think so highly of me that you think I have every single quest memorized by name, but unfortunately I do not. That is... You have to tell me what the quest is. And if I remember it, I can maybe give you some advice. At whatever point we want, we can turn a Remix character into a normal retail one. I believe so. It did not work that way in Mop Remix, so it's not like I have a frame of reference to like fall back on. But they did say that is how it's supposed to work. I don't know if it was testable on the PTR. It might have been. I didn't check. But I am not sure exactly how that that functionality works. But you should be able to. Yes. Okay, is this one of those? Yeah, you just run over the eggs and it auto-breaks them. Love those types of quests. Emma. It's the cave here. Was testable and it worked like that. You can make it retail whenever. Okay, awesome. That's good to know, thank you. How long are they saying it'll take to get to max level on average? Honestly, don't know because they changed the values a lot. I think even after the PTR went down, I'm pretty sure they did some small buffs. There were some, like, hotfix patch notes, so I really have no idea. Wait a few hours and you'll find out whenever I reach max level. But keep in mind, it does get faster every single time you do it. There's a lot of XP bonuses that you get, both while leveling and as you do stuff at level 80. So alt will end up being significantly faster than whatever time I get here in this run. Just keep that in mind. Let me spend talents real quick. That, heal fire damage, sure. Where is this quest? Obtain the Twin Blades, the Deceiver, from Vardis Felsoul in Suramar. There should be, if you haven't started already, there's a scenario where you have to jump on like a bat, and once you're on the bat, it takes you into the scenario. If you're still inside the little Demon Hunter spaceship area, you need to go back to Dalaran, and in Dalaran, you'll find the bat that you need to take. Hopefully that answers your question. Crap, I don't have interrupt yet. What do I still need? I just need to kill any random furbolgs. Alright. Havoc feels kind of awkward at low levels, but it does pick up. I do think, like, I should note, I'm pretty sure Guardian Druid or Windwalker would still be faster if I was going for, like, super fast leveling. I mean, Monk is insane for a reason. There's a reason I use it for all my leveling runs. Now, Havoc may end up being still the best for endgame stuff. Like, in Mop Remix, all of the endgame boosts and stuff were Havoc Demon Hunters. They were absolutely super duper broken. But a lot of times, the order in which you unlock your abilities can be really awkward. Whereas, like, Monk has Spinning Crane Kick from a super low level, which is a spammable AoE that kind of one-shots everything. Druid has Moonfire, etc. So, it's definitely possible to do things faster than this, for sure. I just really wanted to play Havoc, and obviously for my first run, I want to play the character that I'm probably going to play the most for the endgame stuff, which I suspect will be a Demon Hunter. So I want to get that ready as soon as possible. What's my Discord? All the Discord information should be in the description.
The dream is clouded. Such darkness.
Do I not have Disrupt? I should. Is it like in my spellbook, but I have to manually add it? Yeah, it didn't manually add Blur. Oh, I get Disrupt at level 20. Okay. That's...
Give me a moment to catch my breath.
At least I didn't miss it.
Boundaries of vigil taking their toll.
Starting your weight loss journey in tandem with the event. Nice. So apologies if I miss anything in chat. Obviously, streams like this, it's not only moving somewhat fast, but I am trying to focus, so I can't always just read everything. Sometimes I'll be focused on the game, and then by the time I look back, somebody sent a message and it already passed. I didn't get a chance to read, so just apologies in advance if I miss it. I'm still trying to read everything. Round you up. It's awesome. It's so similar to how it is now in retail. Are you playing in hard mode or normal? Normal. Hard mode is not worth it for leveling speed. At least right now. It might be eventually. Like, technically speaking, any sort of experience modifier, if you end up in a position where, like, I don't know, if you have a group that's super coordinated, or if the scaling on, like, the stuff that you get for alts ends up being really strong, and you're just kind of one-shotting everything anyways, then obviously any sort of XP bonus is good. But right now, especially leveling solo, when you're not super overpowered, you should not be turning that on. I mean, you can if you want to, right? Like, if you think that you would have more fun leveling that way, do whatever the hell you want. Please do not, like, listen to my, you know, optimization advice, because I'm always going to approach things from, like, an optimization mindset. Like, how can I do this as efficiently as possible? But optimization is not always fun. For me, it is. But that is not the case for everybody, so do whatever you want. Ah, come on, invisible wall. Yeah, there we go. Took a second. Oh. Face planted. How do you activate hard mode? There's the big dragon in the sanctuary area if you talk to them, there's an option of enable... I forget the name of the mode. It's like some sort of like super difficulty nightmare mode thing. Talk to them, enable it, and there you go. Did I already do the bonus objective? No, I get sent over there afterwards, I think. You asked someone in Dalaran? Yeah, it's the big dragon. How did I think I must have fell rushed through this guy. Whatever. Just do this so that I can mount up. Beloved Monks will definitely do a Monk, DH, Druid, and Pally. Yeah, I'll probably end up leveling most classes by the end of this. At least all the ones I need. Do I not get any breadcrumbs to send me to the other place? I guess I'll just go here and do this anyway. It doesn't direct me here. You obviously still want to do these quests. Apparently there's just a random demon. Get it in time? I haven't opened any boxes in a little bit, so... Let's see... I think there's something under there, like in the water, that I need to get eventually. If I'm remembering this questline correctly, though admittedly it's been like... How long ago was Legion? I think I may not have... like, I've done these quests, I guess, before. Val'sharah I have tested, so it's probably been about 2 years since I did these quests, but... There's a lot of Legion quests that I probably haven't done in like 5 years or more. Crazy to think it's been that long. Heroic World Tier, yes. Yes, that's the name. Thank you. Time Warp to Neverleaf. Okay, what does this give me? Just some infinite power, I guess. Probably worth it to pick those up then. Get this up. I assume it's shared, right? Like, I don't steal it from this guy, I don't think. Also, keep in mind, I guess maybe some people want to do this, but I did hear from people that the party sync thing is still working. So you can, like, party sync your character to level 11 and, like, unlock all the quests. And Legion has a bunch of bonus objectives that are really easy to complete. It's one of the reasons why Val'sharah is really good. So I would suspect that right now, I have no way of knowing what other people are doing at this immediate moment, but I would not be surprised if whoever is the highest level right now is probably abusing that. I say abusing, it's not like an exploit, right? I'm more just saying I don't want to do that right now, especially because I think it's going to be fixed. But they're probably just spamming the same bonus objective over and over and getting ridiculous experience. And if somebody is doing that, and they have a good strategy, and you want to do that right now, before Blizzard inevitably fixes it, then go for it. But obviously my end goal is to make a guide, and I would be very surprised if that strategy survives. We'll see though. I mean, you never know. If it does, obviously I'll cover it, but I want to focus on what I consider to be more important stuff. Let's see. Probably that, because I'm eventually going to be going through glaive builds. I really need Fellblade, but unfortunately you don't get Fellblade for a while. But not having Fellblade makes Havoc deals really awkward right now. What do I need? I need to save Lunar Wings, so I should just look for any of the captive ones. And... rounds up all these guys, then do my CDR, and I do. Did I get the Lunar Wings? Oh, I think killing those counts as freeing lunar wings if they're riding one. So yeah, that should be quest credit. I'm gonna fly through that. Talent points. I'll take parry. Chaos Nova's not going to be worth it until I get the Chaos Nova, like, is free thing. Take that. I'm not in war mode yet. I wonder, can I enable war mode? I don't think you can, actually. Orgrimmar, Valdrakken, or Dornegal, none of which are obviously available here, so... Yeah, I guess you can enable war mode, so... kind of pointless then.
Without honor, we...
Here. There's some other quests around, but it's been so long that I forget which quest lines you get, like, breadcrumbs sending you to, and which ones I just have to go and run to myself. I finally got meta. Okay, that's not shared between players. That's...
Lord Illidan
Gotta make sure I get
knows
these
the
totals
way.
then, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, these are pretty big chunks of percentage.
If we do not meet again,
The bonus
die
objective.
well.
Want to find the named mob. Kill that guy. You're really enjoying the Keystone Hero videos? Glad decided to run it back this season? I'm glad to hear that, yeah. I mean, the Keystone Hero videos haven't been doing well from, like, a YouTube perspective, but it's like I've been saying the entire time. I'm doing it as a personal challenge, and I'm just spending the time it takes to edit all of the runs into one video with some bonus stuff for whoever enjoys watching it. So I'm glad to hear that you are among those people that enjoy watching it. I plan on continuing, right? I have no idea how long it's going to take me to get it done, but I have been chipping away at it. And the way that I've been approaching the challenge this season is I am doing a plus 10 every single week on almost all my classes. The only ones I haven't started yet is Mage and Warlock. But I've been getting 11 plus 10s done every single week across all the different classes. So even though I think I've only posted number 5, I think I just uploaded. I've finished 2 more already. I have Paladin and Druid, or Prop Pally and Guardian Druid done. And I'm gonna edit the footage later this week. I didn't have time because I was, getting stuff done before Legion Remix. But that's all, ready to go. And then I'm, 2 dungeons away from a bunch of other specs. Disc Priest, Prez Evoker, etc. So far, pretty happy with the progress on that. Am I playing tank with DPS spec? Deep yes. Leveling as Vengeance is really bad. Do not do it. I say that as somebody who historically has enjoyed Vengeance. It's just not good for leveling. It is really bad. All of the things that make Vengeance even do remotely decent damage beyond just hitting like a tickle monster are locked behind max level. Havoc admittedly feels a little bit clunky at low levels, but I would say by 30 to 40, Havoc turns into a monster. And it's one of the best leveling specs in the game. But Vengeance just never really gets there. Vengeance's damage has kind of always just been held together by string, a million different proc effects that are locked behind different sources. So, yeah, do not level as Vengeance. Havoc's mobility also gets significantly better. Bell Rush kind of starts off a little bit slow, but you can do way more stuff with Bell Rush than you can with Infernal Strike. It's a lot more flexible of a mobility spell, so for leveling it's just better. Defend Moonclaw Veil. Okay, so I need to... I assume I'm still getting quest progress from doing other stuff. Come on. But I will at least get this totem. Let's get the totem, because that is not shared for some reason. These are shared, I think. Nope, never mind. Okay, both of them aren't shared. Shit. It's really annoying. Where's the cave entrance? I just barely missed it. Alright. He lives? He's alive? Yes. Yeah, so... Hi, Werewolf, and obviously, yeah, I haven't streamed this much
Dalaran
recently.
is under siege, hero.
Streaming,
The Legion
admittedly,
intends
I've
to
said this
knock
a few
us
times,
out of the
kinda burns me out
sky.
a little bit, so
Meet me in Dalaran over
my
Deadwind Pass.
goal for streaming
I
going
have
forward
a
is
plan.
I'm going to stream when I
horribly
feel like
dangerous
it, and if
plan.
I'm just not feeling like
But
streaming,
a
I'm just not gonna
plan
stream.
nonetheless.
If I don't end up streaming for an entire month, so be it. That's just what I need to do for my own personal sanity, and I hope everybody can understand that. Same thing applies for Remix, right? Like, obviously I'm doing this first run, because this one's really important, so I definitely want to stream this, but I have no idea how much I'm going to stream this week. I will be playing the crap out of Legion Remix for testing, but a lot of that testing will probably be off-screen, and then I'll make videos, you know, showing my findings. I also, as always, will post about it in my Discord. If I find something that I think is, like, really good, and, you know, people need to know about ASAP, I might make a second channel video about it. If it's, like, super time-sensitive, shit. Yeah. Vanity is overrated. I'm hoping there's going to be a period of roleplay in a little bit where I can, clean up my bags and open these boxes. This, I think, will give me... Does that not give 6% credit? Well, I got trinkets. Okay, we got a new armor slot. So I definitely need to find some moment to, clean things up. Alright, yeah, we're good, we're good. That. Okay, I need 15 or 10 more. 10 more of those emotes. Not seeing any here, so I'll just land. I'm assuming there's going to be some roleplay here. Okay, well, it's a cutscene. I can skip it. You just like to talk and interact with me a bit more regularly? I mean, I'm always active in my Discord. People always ask questions, and I pretty much always answer. So I'm always reachable, I guess. Let's just equip.
I have sacrificed everything.
I got.
What have you given?
There's the Timeless Isle thing. I got one of those. Okay, no, I don't want that. Looking by accessory. Okay, so I got a trinket. This gives me basically just free damage. Let's... I think, yeah, this is a side quest. Where does it start? This, I believe, is pretty good. It's been a little while since I've done this. Can I... Can't do this while I'm Wisp form. Oh, I remember this thing. I remember this quest. Search for budding trees? Why can't I? Oh, 8 trees grown. Okay. Is this AoE? I might be able to splash onto different trees. I need to get that bronze thing. I'm also... So I'm not sure exactly how the Lorewalker achievement works, but I did read that the Lorewalker achievements for each zone give you a 10% account-wide XP bonus. So in theory, you would actually want to try and finish an entire zone before you move on to another one.
Death to the Legion.
At least for this first leveling run. Obviously, for alt leveling, it wouldn't really matter because you'd already have it unlocked. But I would imagine that it would be better to do slightly inefficient quests in Val'Sharah, because Legion stuff is generally, like, pretty averaged out across the board. There aren't that many extremely slow quests or, like, oh my god, this is so fast, you can't miss it stuff. Is the roleplay going to take me directly... Oh, barely missed it. Would have felt like a legend if that worked. Okay. It takes me out. I think I can just turn it in. Yeah, this is unnecessary roleplay. But I do want to head over and pick up that big bronze node in the sky. If you already have Lorewalker in retail, does it carry over? No. Same thing in Mop Remix. It did not carry over. You needed to do the achievements again.
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Where am I? That's just the kill demons
Remember,
quest. I honestly
nothing
can't
is more
remember
important
those
than the Legion's
other
destruction.
hubs. Like the really good parts of Al-Shara, this like initial section with all the bonus objectives, we've already finished. I can't remember how good the other things are. I'm pretty sure those other sections are not like bad, so I might go back and do them. But I'm gonna follow the
dedicated to destroying the
Come on,
burning
please. There we go.
Legion.
I'm gonna follow the main campaign quests for now, just because I know I need to do them eventually. And I'm also not sure if the side quests are counted as part of the Lorewalker achievement. Okay, is there like... Yeah, there's one more bronze thing over there. I'm just gonna go and get it now. There we go. And then I'll be able to turn in that quest later on. I don't need to worry about it. The follower adventures aren't part of the event. Yeah, the funny thing about the follower adventures is they are actually... The quests are still there, but they insta-complete.
With honor.
So you talk to the NPCs, and the quests just, like, automatically complete. You just get free chunks of experience, which is nice, I guess. They are definitely the most efficient quests that you can possibly do, so don't skip them. But, yeah, they're not good. I'm gonna take a moment here to just open all this stuff up. Crit Mastery, I'll take that. That's Leech crits. I have speed, so I'm not gonna place that. I have every slot except jewelry and trinkets, right? So if I see a jewelry or trinket, then I will... I'll pay attention to it, but otherwise if it's green, I just kind of ignore it. Chest piece, shoulders, pants. This is speed. I believe that's an upgrade. Yeah, even though that's purple, definitely still worth. Trinket, nice. Okay. Bracers, helmet with speed, nice. Chest piece with leech. I have speed chest. And... belts. I have speed. Okay, I just have a better version of that. I'll try to break all this stuff down later on, but right now I'm just gonna keep going. It's just, for stuff like that, you obviously want to make sure that you're keeping up with your power gains, because... Oh, you don't want to fall over dead. That would be bad. Next time, I might get stunned here? Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Azeroth must not fall.
I don't know if I can kill Gravax, because he's actually really nasty. But I will have healing for my souls passively. Yeah, no. I cannot do this. Yeah, unfortunate. Wasn't sure if, like, with my scaling and stuff, I'd be able to beat him. Fun fact about Gravax, if you don't know, he's totally optional, but he drops a quest item. So, you would ideally want to kill him if you can, but not really a whole lot I can do there. Character's just not strong enough. I'm gonna recuperate so I don't instantly fall over on the pull, but as long as I don't fight him again, then I should regen whenever I start killing things and looting souls. At least I didn't die, so I didn't lose the Mark of the Wild buff that I had. Like a single quest, so it doesn't really matter, but worth testing it. Did I spend my talent points? Yeah, spent everything. Did I start in a high pop or low pop realm? Irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. It's existing realms, and all, like, phases and stuff are cross-server these days. Do I need to do, like, the Tiller's Farm pull? No, okay. It's not live on Europe? Yeah, I've heard, unfortunately. Any quick tips about the boxes and the talent trees? You're starting Demon Hunter now. Main thing for the boxes that I said before is try and prioritize crit whenever possible for the secondaries if you're playing Havoc, right? Obviously, your stats will depend on your current spec, Most specs will want crit at low levels just because it's good for leveling. If you get a crit in one shot off, it saves you time. For secondaries, you want to get speed. So more important than any of like your actual stats, you want to try and get speed on every piece of gear. You can start getting speed when it turns blue. Now, some items, I would say with, oh, right, there's a... Okay, so that's it for that. If there's a blue item with speed, I would personally use it over, like, a purple item that doesn't have speed, at least at this level. Speed's just good, but... up to you. And as for the artifact tree, speaking of which, I haven't really spent anything, so I should do that. That reminded me. Okay, this thing's really expensive. So but let's do that. Primary stat, I'll take speed rating. I don't care about stamina, and that's just like 2% agility. I'll do this just because having like Fury on pull right now is actually pretty good. But long term, I don't want to worry about that. Yeah, that actually should be kind of nice. I forgot I actually had to be spending that. You get like a thing where you can fall from the sky and you take like no fall damage, so that's kind of nice. The only thing that I would say for the artifact tree, I guess I could probably talk about that now, is you pretty much are going to go down the Everdisk or Tempest's Wrath. They are just, without a doubt, the strongest trees here. At max level, things may be different, but for leveling purposes, it's just really a no-brainer. You pick one of these two, that's all that really matters.
We must find him at once.
Let's see.
I must take to the sky. Embrace the power I have given you.
Okay, I got a new trinket, but I don't think that I don't want that. Doesn't give me damage, so I don't care. Leech and crits, I have speed already. There's a bonus objective over here, defend the temple. I guess I didn't finish that. How close was I? 72%. Okay, yeah, I'll just kill some mobs then. It's unplayable? Or is it like laggy for you? Ooh, somebody's fighting Gravex. If there's another player here, then this actually might be doable. Free XP. That there. Actually, yeah, this is where I'm going to put it. Yeah, okay, nice. Easy Gravex kill. You still get... Does the quest not exist in Remix? What? That's lame. Okay. Oh. Oh, well. Oh, I got my first ring. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Where did it go?
Loktar!
My blinds?
For the Horde!
Okay. I think I need to just take a moment to clear my bags. And also, I'll repeat the thing that I said at the start here. This is not like a world record attempt or whatever. The thing just came out. I am testing first-time campaign leveling because that is what everybody will have to do. So just to keep in mind, people who missed that, you know, disclaimer at the start. I don't want to like give anybody a hard time, but yeah. You have now been reminded. There you go. I'm guessing I just keep going here is where the quest is? Come on. I can definitely get this with Vengeful Retreat. Yeah.
To enter is to succumb. I grow.
Kill corrupted plants.
I live to serve Savius.
Drop this, that should be enough. Nice. This.
My power will destroy this pathetic land.
What do you need?
I guess somebody went through here before because there's a bunch of these like little pylons.
I
just sitting
can't
in the
attack
ground.
that. I can't attack that target.
I don't think these buffs last long enough for it to really matter, but nice. And it looks like they fixed this because I think these mobs were giving like full kill XP on PTR. So this they're giving like 16 XP now. So that's good, I guess. Preempting potential exploits.
Hunt him down and end this.
Somebody just killed the mob. Alright. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to respawn. I guess if I waited a little bit, I could have done all my vendoring here. It's annoying that they don't get rid of the artifact things, because they're still taking up bag space to main vendor them. I feel like it would have been nice if they're not going to remove them entirely, they could make them scrappable. That would be like within the flavor of the event. Fury. Being slightly behind on Val'sharah here is going to suck, because anything that this guy does, I'm going to be ever so slightly behind him. I think after I kill this mob, I'm going to head over to the village over there and just do those quests. Because presumably, I guess let me check the achievements. So, Legion Remix, quests, complete the, where is it, with the Sojourner of Val'sharah. Wisp in the Willows actually does count. Oh, that's a lesser cache. Campaign, okay. Campaign Val'sharah. Bradensbrook counts. The Blackbrook Hold follow-up counts. And I'm guessing, yeah, it would just be that. This gives 10% XP for sure. That much I do know. The side quest one, I don't think matters. So I think I probably just skip those then. I'm just gonna head over to Bradensbrook now. I suspect that that'll just give me some spacing. What is this? Oh. Oh, this is part of the quest. Lost Legion Demons. Okay. So I need to look for like random demons flying and take them out? And that's the quest objective. Alright, I don't see any nearby, so I'll just try and keep that in mind.
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation. Trust in Lord
Getting
Illidan's
all the artifact
plan.
weapons is giving hella XP.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
Well, Demon Hunters only have 2. I did start the questline for Vengeance, but I can't imagine just getting those. Like, does it give you... Does unlocking your artifact weapon give you a 10% XP bonus? Or something like that? So, in theory, if you unlocked every single class, would that give you one? That I didn't bother looking into, but... I mean, I suppose it's possible. Not seeing anything, though. Oh, interesting. So... Lore Runner, if you do Sojourner and the campaign, then it gives you whatever Infinite Knowledge is. I guess Infinite Knowledge, I think, is the XP game. So it is worth doing the Sojourner just because they have a combined achievement, I guess. That's just stamina. I don't care about that. Yeah, at this point, I'm just going to bank up all of my artifact power to get the Everdisk.
Despite what they say, these people need help. Defend their farms and we will ease their suspicions.
Infinite knowledge is the power gain. Infinite power is the power gain. What do you mean? Multiplies the amount you get. Okay. So it's just like a multiplier. Does it affect the experience amount then? I'm not sure what all the names mean just yet. Because obviously, if it does give you more experience, then it would definitely be worth it to go do that. It doesn't. Okay. So it gives you more personal power. And it will, in the end, impact alt leveling, so it'll be important to get all of those achievements then. Because obviously, the stronger your alt gets, the easier it'll be to level up. But maybe it wouldn't be worth it for me to get that right now. Although, if I'm already almost done with Valshara, I kind of might as well.
I got a bad feeling.
Unspent. I'll take Chaos Nova for later on. Take that. About to load. As far as you understood, it increases the speed at which you gain power. Gotcha. Okay, now I'm really lagging. Wow, that was a really bad lag spike. I'm hoping this is not continuing, because it took me like 50 years just to loot that barrel point. Raises your infinite power drops by 25% per. Some of the achievements also give a 10%. Yeah, the ones that give 10% are Perfect Epoch Memento. That much I do know, that's what it is. What I wasn't sure is exactly what Infinite Knowledge did. But that makes sense. If it's just boost the rate at which you acquire things. Probably still worth getting, so I'll finish up Valshara before I move on. Did it just... Okay, no, I did take a second. I think I need one more copy. Is there a way to track the stacking buff? Well... Probably there's gonna be a weak aura, like there was in Mop Remix, but God knows how long that's gonna last with Blizzard's fucking crusade. Which, you know, I guess I haven't really talked about that too much, but I think their add-on changes are really stupid and really bad. In terms of the way that it's being implemented. I don't think anybody disagrees that, in theory, loosening the importance of add-ons long-term is good. But one thing that has been really, really, really annoying me is people trying to say, like, oh, Blizzard said they were going to do this. They just kind of flat out lied. When they announced their whole add-on stuff, they said that in Undermine. And they specifically said, oh, this is a super long-term thing that we're just trying to talk about now so that we can gauge community perception and get, like, feedback to make sure that it's implemented correctly. Well, I don't think anybody would consider the next expansion, less than a year from when they first announced it, to be a super long time, and sufficient time to completely gut combat add-ons and shove their own stuff in there. There absolutely needs to be some period of coexistence to make the transition smooth. Without that, it's just going to be a shit show. There's no universe right now, if they stick to their guns, where Midnight doesn't end up being a complete shit show. Which is a shame, because a lot of the stuff in Midnight seems really cool. But then... Blizzard, as always, is just incapable of taking easy W's. And they're just like, you know what we should do? We should tell all of the people doing effectively unpaid labor for us to fuck off, spend extra dev resources making a half-baked version of the thing that already exists, instead of just letting people play the game how they want and investing that developer resources into something else. It's baffling, man. Absolutely baffling. If they want to have, like, built-in combat add-on stuff so that it makes it easier for new players, great, that's awesome. But then saying, oh yeah, and also at the exact same time, we're cutting all other functionality. Why? Why? Another stupid gray item I don't want. The BM Hunter scenario broke the game? Damn. Oh, I guess I'm glad I'm not playing BM Hunter. You're gonna need 50 million unbound power to get 999 limits unbound? Sheesh.
And rescued our world from annihilation. This loss was
Shit, I don't have the thing yet that resets the cooldown on Blade Dance. Oops. Demon Blades. Don't forget 6 months to try and create what add-on devs have spent 20 years doing. Yeah, exactly. And there's no way they can. I mean, the strength of this game has always been its customization compared to other MMOs. Like, I like Final Fantasy, don't get me wrong, but that has been a complaint that I've heard so many people levy against it, that there's really not that much you can do to customize it, and they're very against add-ons. So that has been a point in World of Warcraft's favor for the longest time, and Blizzard's just like, yeah, well, about that. What if we just regressed? You can make, like, baseline functionality to help new players without taking away stuff. There's no reason that you can't have both. It's just very silly. And the problem is, I feel like whenever people try to have that discussion of, like, why are we gutting add-ons? It gets buried under the idea of, like, whether or not Blizzard should be simplifying the game. And they're, honestly, two completely separate things. The changes to add-ons, that's like an accessibility thing. Having built-in features, accessibility, that's great. That's just unequivocally a good thing. Simplifying the game, in terms of, like, rotations and stuff like that, that's a separate topic. That one, I think it kind of depends on exactly how they go about it. Some of the classes that I play, I've looked at, and I'm like, those look good. Some, like Brewmaster, are terrible, and I really would like to know what the hell the person who redesigned Brewmaster is smoking, or drinking, because it's just awful. So, that is like a mixed bag, but you can do one without the other, and we can debate one without the other, but it gets kind of mixed together so often. What am I looking? Trella and Shieldbreaker? I guess it's just mod hasn't respawned. But yeah, whenever I hear people complain about, you know, oh, the add-on changes are bad, there's like so many people that crawl out of the woodwork like, ah, you just hate that the game's being easier, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, like, not necessarily. So. I think the problem was designing encounters with the assumption that the player would be using specific add-ons. Yeah, but like, that's another thing, right? Nobody was forcing them to design encounters like Fractalus. There's a lot of good encounters in this game that don't require weak auras. Honestly, out of all of the fights right now in Mana Forge Omega, the only encounter that is just blatantly a weak aura boss and sucks ass for it is Fractalus. You have the option as a developer to just not make Fractalus. It might seem cool on paper, but literally anybody could look at that fight when it was on the PTR and be like, yeah, it seems cool, but it's going to be completely obliterated by weak auras. And yet they still made it. They didn't change it at all. That was their choice. Nobody's forcing them to make Fractaluses. And it's like, what... The problem with Fractalus is, like, how does that fight magically get better if you don't have weak auras? It either just becomes infinitely more annoying, or Blizzard has to make something in their boss mods that also does it for you. And realistically, the solution is to just, like, not make fights like that, because they're just not good. But then you can do that without simplifying the rest of the game. No, you don't need to make weak auras if the fights that require weak auras don't exist. It's really that simple. Ovanax sucked, yeah. That's another good example. Exactly. I think Ovanax was a little bit better. Ovanax, actually, I would argue, was less to do with add-ons and weak auras and stuff like that. The problem with Ovanax was much more one of, like, forced class stacking, where the design of the fight basically required you to have Mass Grip or A-Bomb Limb or something like that. That's a separate issue. It was... There were some add-ons or weak auras that you needed to like position, but I would say I don't think it was anything that far beyond the standard for most mythic bosses of like, hey, move here, hey, don't stand in this, hey, this is your assignment, and that kind of thing. Which, keep in mind, anything that is like just memory related, where it's just like, hey, reminding the player, dumbass, you have to do this mechanic at like 3 minutes into the fight. Like, if there's anything that's assigned like that, and you know 100% of the time that this player will get this assignment at X time, then you can have just a third-party program that just doesn't interact with the game, but just runs a timer, and just knows that, hey, at like whenever the fight starts, which add-ons will be able to detect when the fight starts, because they'll be like, oh, hey, suddenly I can't see anything, right? So I don't know enough about the inner code. Where do I go for this? Blackrock Prison. It's down. It's been so long since I've done these quests. Where is this quest? It's like, this has to be bugged. There's nothing over there. I have to read the... Collect the prison keys? There must be some, like, downstairs. Does this door open? Oh my god, I'm blind. Okay. I'm dumb. I don't remember this at all. Wow. This is definitely one of those quests that I have not done in, like, 5 years. What was I saying? Yeah, so... add-ons will be able to say, like, okay, I definitely can't read anything, but just because you can't read something doesn't mean you can't have add-ons that play the game for you. A good example is, like, healer CDs and whatnot. You know, when you have, like, timeline reminders for, like, as part of the Liquid Pack, and you have your CDs and defensives and stuff planned out, add-ons don't need to actually read what's happening in the game most of the time to know. There might be some dynamic things there, but by and large, you know when the damage is coming out. You know, like, okay, the boss does, like, a really big hit at 2 minutes 30 seconds. We're going to assign XYZ thing here. So, people will still use that. It doesn't matter whether or not Blizzard changes the fights. You'll still have access to that. So they have two options. They can either design fights assuming that you don't need to coordinate things like healing cooldowns at all, or assignments at all, or they can build some really good in-game functionality that does it for you, which removes the need to worry about any of those things. But it's honestly, like, removing weak auras really only hinders their ability to make fights like Fractalus, which, like I said, why would you want to do that anyway? It doesn't magically become more fun if you don't need to install a weak aura for it. Fractalus isn't bad because you need to set up liquid weak auras, although admittedly, I really do not like the liquid aura packs. It is such a nightmare to keep those updated. Holy crap. That's a separate issue. So I guess in that case, that is kind of a nuisance. But that's like less of a Fractalus specific thing and more just like the way that Liquid structures their auras. Dear God, please change it. The fact that you need to update it literally every single time the creator adds like a single line of code to one boss anywhere it's just a pain in the ass. There have been times when I update my liquid weak auras before raid, and then like 15 minutes later, when we're like in raid at the boss, the raid leader's like, oh, your liquid auras are out of date. I'm like, motherfucker, I just updated this before raid. And then it's like, there was a new update at 9:08 p.m. Like, alright, fuck me. Apparently I gotta update it again the second time in an hour. So that is frustrating. Obviously, that would not be a concern if they made their own weak auras, but that is not the problem with fights like Fractalus. Remotely, that is not even close to why people dislike those fights.
How dare you attack a Calderai noble? You will beg for mercy, which I will not give.
Have I tested Outlaw? No, I don't. I will eventually learn Outlaw. I guess for anybody who doesn't know, I'm currently in the process of trying to learn all 39 specs. I'm doing a series on my second channel. So I will eventually learn Outlaw. That is a goal. But I have not played Outlaw, like, at all yet. So no, I have not tested Outlaw. I haven't really played it on live much. I definitely haven't tested it. But I don't even have Alpha, I guess. So I just realized your question was specifically about Alpha. No, I don't have Alpha. So no, I have not tested it. And when I get Alpha, if I get Alpha, that will not be among the top 38 specs that I test. Actually, let's say top 37. I would gladly test Outlaw before I test Ogavoker. But yeah, it would not be a priority for me in the slightest. Sorry. I'm sure there are plenty of really good rogue players out there, though, who have tested Outlaw, but I am very much the wrong person to ask for that. Sorry. Where can... Maybe up in the walls there's, like, things that I can do? Yeah, okay, there's a lot more up here. Let's see. I was reading YouTube chat, so let me try and catch up on Twitch. Against saying you use add-ons, you ran add-ons just fine in Final Fantasy XIV. I also had some add-ons when I played Final Fantasy XIV, way less than WoW. But let's not pretend that the company didn't have a much more strict stance on add-ons, right? I'm not saying you couldn't do them at all, but there was very much like a fuck around, find out policy with certain add-ons. And as far as I knew, Square Enix was never super transparent about what they considered okay and what they didn't. It was really just like a don't do anything that like will blatantly piss us off. So yeah, I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's a hill to die on. I'm not saying it's impossible, right? I'm never saying, oh, you like add-ons do not exist in Final Fantasy XIV at all, you can't download them, but it was definitely a weak point of the game, unquestionably, that it was much harder to get them set up. Man, can I get Fellblade yet? I think I might be high enough level. I can! Oh, yes. Thank goodness. Even Fractal's Mythic might need a weak aura. We kill it every week on Heroic by looking at behind us. Well, yeah, okay. I'm specifically talking about Mythic. Yeah, you should not need a weak aura for Heroic. Yeah. It's, Heroic is a lot more forgiving. The problem with Mythic is the amount of walls that you get, like, that get added vastly outweigh the amount of walls that get, like, taken away when you get the shatters. So you just kind of need to be perfect with shattering, and you need to balance it out perfectly. Now, in theory, I'm sure that if you are super overgeared and you get to a point in farm where you just kill the boss before it even matters, yeah, there's a world where you don't need to use the weak aura on Fractalus. But that's just unrealistic, because no guild will get to that point before having to have killed Fractalus at least once with the weak aura. If there is a guild that killed Mythic Fractalus the very first time ever with nobody on the team using the weak aura, I'd love to see that footage. Because they must have some of the craziest comms and coordination out of any guild in this game. But very, very different on Heroic. Heroic, you have so much more wiggle room. It's... like, I don't think I've ever seen the hard enrage on Fractalus where you just literally do not have enough room. Like, if you played your shatters perfectly, the way on Fractalus that it should work is you get to the very end, and you have almost every single row completely full, minus, like, one spot. Ooh, that's kind of nice. There's, like, one spot open on every single row, and you have, like, one safe lane where there's, I think, like, 2 spots open. Nice necklace, too. It's good stuff there. And then you get like one final set of walls where no configuration in where you drop it will allow you to survive. One of the walls will fill, and then Fractalus will one-shot the group. It is just impossible to live beyond that point. I think my rings are fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this new one. Speed shoulders. Crit mastery speed shoulders. Very nice. It's a big upgrade. Oh, don't want that. No. Just click. But it takes like so long for these boxes to open. There's like a massive delay. But I need to make sure I'm keeping up with my gearing. You have to choose between Lane, Sun Fury, Altruist. It's a purely cosmetic thing. It's a story thing. Pick the one that you think looks cooler. The problem with that choice is, so in the actual original story of, like, the Demon Hunter starting zone, there's, like, a lot more backstory to it, and you, like, get introduced to both of them, and their, like, philosophies behind leading the Demon Hunters. So when you're presented with that cosmetic choice, there's, like, more weight behind it, because you're choosing, like, which philosophy you agree with. I'm pretty sure it boils down to, like, one of them loves Illidan and wants to, like, just do everything that he thinks Illidan would do, and the other one is like, well, Illidan was an idiot and we gotta go our own way kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I forget which is which. I think Cain is, like, the Illidan simp, and Altreus was the guy in TBC Nagrans who betrayed Illidan, right? So, pretty sure he's the other dude. But yeah, in terms of how it affects your actual gameplay, it doesn't. Do not worry about it. Pick the guy that has, like, the cooler tats or whatever. Can make a macro to open all the boxes on the side while running or flying around? Yeah, I mean, obviously, long term, there's plenty of ways to do this. It's kind of weird, because, like, in Legion, or in Mop Remix, the way that I did it is just, I wouldn't worry about much gear other than, like, I got the... So in some of the test runs I did, I just had a character sitting at the start and I traded myself, like, full gems. But the gearing system works differently now, so you wouldn't really be able to do that. Also, man, all the partners here are dead. This is gonna be really awkward. Jailer definitely needed weak auras. I mean, every single mythic boss has weak auras that make it easy. Jailer, I can think of a few mechanics, obviously it's been a while, that required weak auras, but Jailer didn't have anything remotely on the same level as, like, Fractalus, where it's like, if you didn't have it, you literally couldn't do it. And the bigger issue with Fractalus is every single person needs to have the weak aura, and they all need to have it up to date, because the way that weak aura works, if you haven't done Mythic Fractalus, is it looks at who gets assigned to, like, drop walls and break walls, and it figures out, like, the perfect way to distribute the walls and break them. But it requires every single person actually doing what the weak aura tells you to. So if the weak aura says, like, so-and-so, drop your wall in blue, and you don't drop your wall in blue, and you drop it on orange instead, it now causes, like, a cascading fuck-up that affects everybody else's assignments. Because the weak aura can't read the state of the room, so it just kind of has its own internal tracker of where the walls should have been assigned. So if somebody messes up, or, God forbid, somebody doesn't have the weak aura, then they're not going to get that notification, and then it'll screw it up for everybody else. So, it's not just like weak auras help. Like, there's been a lot of individual mechanics every now and then over the years where, like, the person dealing with that mechanic will probably need a weak aura to deal with it. But when people think of, like, weak aura bosses, it's usually something where literally every single person needs to have a weak aura working, and if they don't, it screws it up. Echo of Neltharion was kind of similar, where, technically speaking, that one, not everybody needed it. I, as a tank, didn't need it. But I think, like, everybody else needed it because it was anybody who got assigned to the circles that you had to drop. And it was similar where it would tell you specific positions in the room. You get this debuff, you have to go to this particular spot. And if you didn't have the weak aura, it would screw everybody else up. In my case, tanks couldn't get that mechanic, so I actually never had to do that weak aura, but obviously I still progged that boss, and every single raid night, there was 15 minutes of weak aura troubleshooting before we had to pull. That's what people don't like. Like, I think there's, like, a lot of opinions thrown around by people who don't actually Mythic Raid of, like, how weak auras impact the game. If I need to download a weak aura, and it, like, helps me out with, like, some small parts of the fight, but the fight itself is still fun to play, I don't give a shit that I'm technically using a weak aura. It's not the existence of that weak aura that ruins the raid for me. There's plenty of really good fights in this game that, yes, there are weak aura packs, part of, like, Liquid or Northern Sky or whatever, that solve some of the trickier parts to a lesser degree, and they're still perfectly good fights. I still enjoy them a ton. The bosses that anybody who's prog Mythic absolutely hates, that are called weak aura bosses and are usually clear examples of, oh, I absolutely despise this, is the ones where everybody is basically playing the weak aura, not the boss. like Ovanams. You are not actually looking at anything, or Fractalus. You're not actually looking at anything really on Fractalus. All you're doing is you're staring at that weak aura when you get assigned, and it shows like a big chart on your screen with your assigned location, and it will like flash a color over your head, and you have to go to that lane. That's the only thing that you're looking at. Outside of that, there is a designated safe lane. So it'll say, like, safe lane purple. You stand in the place of the purple world marker, and you just shut your brain off. That's it. You're not doing anything else for the rest of the fight. You're just sitting there, whacking the boss. I guess there's, like, a spread mechanic that you need to worry about, right? But, you know, it's like, okay, duh. You know, the mechanic goes out, I spread, so I don't kill other people. That's about it. It's, yeah, it's not interesting. That stuff's just not fun. Fractalus is a boring boss. It is basically a target dummy. And, yeah, I don't raid Mythic to, hit a target dummy and every now and then have a Vigor tell me to move to the side. I want fun, interesting mechanics that I actually have to use my brain to solve. Is there PvP in Legion Remix? I don't think so. I don't think there's any way to turn on War Mode. Ooh, that's a damage trinket. I think one of my trinkets at least is survivability. That technically does damage, but yeah, it's not that great. I'll buff myself with... That's those things. I don't know. Oh, that's the dragon riding biscuit. Right. How far does this... Okay, I think I do want to complete this bonus objective. I'm pretty sure it's relatively easy to complete. If memory serves. But it doesn't look like it actually overlaps with all these quests. The new Vengeance Demon Hunter hero spec looks fire. Yeah, I guess I have it the way it used to be, which was you, it kind of replaces Soul Cleave, and your game plan is just to use that as your main spender, but there's like some little interactivity with like how many souls you spend, buff it, so your entire thing is about like generating souls and spending souls. That'll still be the case, kind of, but now that only matters like once every 30 seconds. They have made it so when you consume souls with Soul Cleave, it buffs the damage of Soul Cleave, so there is some skill ceiling there with like the souls that you generate will matter outside of the 30-second Spirit Bomb cooldown, because you can still increase Soul Cleave's damage like that, but it won't matter nearly as much as it did before. And I think as long as you're not letting like Fracture sit on 2 charges capped, and you have 5 souls whenever Spirit Bomb is up every 30 seconds, then that'll pretty much cover you, and it won't be nearly as difficult to manage your resources as it was before. Though I say difficult, I loved that part of it. I thought it was a very fun and challenging playstyle, and I loved min-maxing. But, yeah. Overall, I think it's still really good changes. I really like the look of the new hero talents. It's, like, relatively simple, right? You drop meteors, you buff the damage of Spirit Bomb, you get some meta CDR, which, one thing that I'm not a huge fan of is they are making Metamorphosis a pretty significant damage cooldown for Vengeance. It technically, right now, and kind of always, has given you a slight damage increase when you use it, but meta has generally been a survivability cooldown first and foremost for Vengeance, and not a damage cooldown, and that is basically completely changed now. It's, what do I want here? Ooh, this is an interesting one. I really don't know. I guess... Yeah, because there's... Furious Gaze is good. The Throw Glaive stuff is nice, but, like, I don't really get enough synergy to make that work until higher levels. So... I'd probably go Initiative and, like, take this stuff that just buffs I-Beam, so that I can get to a point where I'm just hitting I-Beam and everything it touches dies. It's probably a better way to play it. But yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't, obviously, don't really speedrun Havoc that much, because for retail you can't really do it, so I don't have an exact leveling talent setup memorized, whereas like Windwalker Monk, I've done Windwalker Monk so many times that I know exactly what talents I want in the exact order. Did he answer your question regarding not running Nizal, the Black Ox talent, on your Brewmaster? Let me scroll up. I did not see that question. You don't run Nizal, the Black Ox's Brewmaster. Is this bad? Oh, okay. Exactly as it sounds. Very big, it depends. I would say, generally speaking, right now, you should be running Nizal. There really isn't much of a reason to not run him, because if you're not running Breath of Fire, which you should drop Breath of Fire, as much as it kind of feels awkward to drop it, it's just the better build, and personally, at least, you get used to it, right? I definitely felt weird dropping Breath of Fire, but the moment that I really got a feel for how the rotation plays without it, it actually wasn't too bad. I really like the current version of Brewmaster. And if you're not running any of the Breath of Fire nodes, it's kind of like, what else are you running other than some trivial survivability nodes that don't really do much? And Nizal is not that powerful, but I also think a lot of times people overlook his contributions. You know, he's a mitigation cooldown that does damage, which is just nice. Right? You know, you can use him on cooldown and he will still stomp. He'll do some overall. It's not like it's a ton, but it's also not 0.1%. It adds up. And he does give you some passive mitigation. So I definitely would recommend running Nizal. The real question I would have for you is, if you're not running Nizal, what are you running instead? Because obviously, if it's not that impactful, but if there were like a bunch of incredibly strong talents that you had to choose or drop in order to take Nizal, then yeah, maybe it wouldn't be worth it. But as of right now, with the current iteration of Brewmaster, that's just not the case. And it's just very easy to justify taking him. He's not like a high priority, so if we're talking about leveling, I would first say don't level as a Brewmaster Monk. If you need to do dungeons, then sure. But generally, if you're doing open world leveling, Windwalker is the way to go, without question. And in that case, if you do choose to level as a Brewmaster, then Nizal is very low prio. You can justify taking him super duper late and take all of the other really good talents, and then whenever you have like random points to spend, then grab him. But max level, you should be able to take. Somebody basically figured out how to paint in 3D space. Or are we talking about like really old add-ons? Yeah. Yeah, obviously there was stuff with like Archimons, like you said, where you used to be able to do really crazy things with add-ons. But a lot of that functionality has been restricted largely because of Archimons, yes. Tales of a Scrub, what are those links? Is that like a link to the Archimon stuff? Also, man, this quest takes fucking forever. Yeah, there's a reason why I haven't done these quests in a while. The early parts of Elshra are good, and obviously I've considered them for speed leveling routing at points in time, but you would never ever keep going beyond this. I'm only doing it because, like, you know, fuck it, why not? You gotta do this at some point. If you are looking to level alts, you will want to get all of the campaign achievements for the 10% XP, so I want to test how long it takes. Videos from ICC bosses? Cool, cool. You did your guild's first legendary axe quest. You remember not doing the Vampire Queen's Bite, but not Putricide. Was requiring such complex mechanics. I guess I must have missed the start of this conversation. Yeah, oh, it painted telegraphs on the floor. That's interesting. I didn't know that add-ons used to be able to do that long ago. I knew that they restricted things after Archimons, but I was not, like, actively raiding around the time of what's it called? ICC. That was a little bit before my time. So, I was unfamiliar that things like that were even possible. Hold on. Let me... Give me 1 second to respond to something.
I have time for games. Where are you,
Okay.
Furion? Answer me!
Oh, it's this quest! Surrender, my love! I need you!
I cannot tell where his voice is coming from.
I have not done this one in a long time. But I remember this from Legion launch. People used to joke about this one endlessly. I'm pretty sure the consensus was that it was like Xavius trying to make Malfurion sound stupid, but it's still, the voice lines are really, really weird. They restricted the API before most people knew about it? Gotcha. Okay, so I still need to complete random objectives. How much do these Night Elves give? By clicking their bodies. It's Xavius doing it in the lore? Gotcha. I always figured that was the case. But I know a lot of people used to joke about Malfurion going, "Toronto, my love, I need you," in this quest. Honestly, though, they really have done Malfurion dirty, just... Even in the time since I fat-fingered the CDR. They really have done him a disservice. Is optimizing level 20 trials still a thing? No idea. If anybody has actually taken the time to test that so far, please let me know. I think somebody earlier said that they were going to double check and make a level 20 character. But keep in mind, we were not able to test trial accounts on the PTR. So there has been absolutely no way to know that. And to my knowledge, Blizzard has not confirmed or denied anything. They've been kind of radio silent about it, which is a little bit annoying. But, well, now we'll be able to find out. So if it does work, I will be sure to let you know. You level into Delves and some low keys. You run Breath of Fire and Keg Smash and Exploding Keg. Well, I mean, obviously, different stuff, right? Like, Keg Smash is a duh. That's like a baseline ability. Exploding Keg is a good, you know, or a good
what is history?
Cooldown.
You should definitely always run variables.
Breath of Fire.
It's a pleasure to work with you.
If you're still running Breath of Fire, I would recommend looking
Never
up the Breath of Fireless builds. Wowhead, Peak of Serenity, the Monk Discord, there's plenty of areas where you can find more information on that, and like what talents you should drop in place of it. But you definitely should not be running Breath of Fire right now. They've just, I don't know why Blizzard hates Breath of Fire, but they have just continuously nerfed it over time. And then it's like, Breath of Fire does like basically nothing now. It has barely any synergy with any of your kit and gives you like a small DR for like 3 talent point investments. And then suddenly Brewmasters are like, what if we just don't take Breath of Fire and take a bunch of other of the new passive mitigation things instead? And it's like, you know, all Brewmaster players who weren't familiar with it, I've seen so many posts of like, I can't believe they're dropping Breath of Fire. It's like, well, I don't know what Blizzard expected with the changes they've made. Obviously now they're doing another big revamp in Midnight Alpha, and it's basically impossible to not take it now because there's nothing else worth taking. They've removed a lot of the better stuff. But yeah, definitely drop Breath of Fire. And kind of the thing about dropping the Breath of Fire stuff is there's so many like very niche talents that only relate to having Breath of Fire. So if you aren't running it, you can free up 3 to 4 talent points, and that's why it suddenly becomes very easy to take Nizao. You almost have to look for things to take in the midsection of the tree. Oh, Goldson became a member. Thank you. It's crazy that Breath of Fire isn't taken. Yeah. I mean, I agree it is definitely one of the most iconic abilities, and it's a shame that it's not taken. And the moment that I saw, oh, it's no longer worth it to take, according to the Monk Discord, I immediately knew that something was going to change next expansion to fix it. Brewmaster has been kind of like overdue for an actual rework for a while. We technically got like a mini rework this patch, but it wasn't really a rework. It was just kind of like adding some new, very powerful talents, some of which they've already taken away at midnight, which is cool. And the biggest stuff that happened with Brewmaster is that the way that they changed Master of Harmony and the new tier set bonus just encourages us to not run Breath of Fire. So that's really been the main difference. Okay, there we go. So I got the 10% XP buff. Nice. And I should probably start cracking these things open. Interesting.
Observe all that surrounds you.
I kind of don't want this compared to the other stuff I have, though. Let me try to open this up pretty quickly. That's Leech, so I'm not sure about it.
So much knowledge waiting to
Another
be gleaned.
Eye in my scars. A ring.
Who
Is that
knows
better
what
than the
knowledge
ring I
will
have?
acquire?
I need to speak
No.
with you.
The possibilities are
Yeah, I mean, it's
endless.
basically the same, but...
Azeroth must not fall. If we don't meet
Leech,
Altruis and the
one
others
that's-
await you at Crassus's Landing. I'll meet you
Leech
there.
boots. How much agility is that? No, I don't think that's enough agility for me to care. This is a damage proc necklace. Yeah, okay, I'll take this. That's
Azeroth
better.
must not fall.
Sure. And no, yeah, to answer your question, Krieger,
Death to the
I did
Legion.
not do, like, practice on the PTR to test this.
Remember when I took your
This
artifact
is,
from
like,
its proper
I'm
time and place?
using the timer here
I used the
just so that we
infinite
have a frame of
bronze to
reference, so I know
craft a
how long it
simulacrum
has
to
taken
replace
me
it.
to do this run. And I am trying to be relatively efficient, but, you know,
If you were
I'm
to
still trying
retrieve
to,
it,
you know, answer
Eris
questions
would
in
scrap
chat
it for the
and
materials we used
figure
in
things
its
out on my
creation.
own. I did not do, like, endless hours of testing on the PTR to figure out, like, the fastest method that's going to get nerfed later today so that I could get a really fast run and be, like, you know, the flower sniffing champion, right? I think of that classic meme that people always repost. It's like, I'd rather just take the time now to figure it out so that I can make a guide that will not get nerfed and just figure out the actual fastest way so that you guys can use it too. That's always going to be my goal here. Werewolf subscribed, thank you. What is my opinion on the heroic difficulty? So I haven't tested it extensively because I only did like a little bit of PTR testing just to kind of figure out basic stuff. But the only conclusion that I came to after the testing I did is, oh, this is
My
not
life
worth it
is
at all.
dedicated to destroying
Which is kind of why I
the
didn't
Burning
test it
Legion.
extensively. I did a tiny bit of testing just to see, is this worth turning on for the XP bonus? And I decided no, it's not. It is, at least for your first character, for the early leveling, the buffs that it gives to enemies are way, way, way larger than the amount of time that you'll save with the XP buff. It's not worth doing. Now, like I said, I didn't do a ton of different test runs. It's entirely possible that you get to a point late into the event where your overall power level on brand new alts is so high that you're just insta-killing anything you touch, and then at that point, it becomes worth it. But for the foreseeable future, if you're trying to level efficiently, do not waste your time with it. If you want to turn it on because you think it would be fun, by all means.
If we don't
do what you
meet
wanna do.
again, die
That
well.
is my general opinion on it right now. You're debating between Vengeance
Don't
Siege and
give
Blood
in to the
Decay.
power
Did
of
Blood
the
Decay your
Legion.
first guy in Mop, and it was slow at first, but Blood Boil turned out to be monstrous. So, universal disclaimer of play what you want. Blood Decay is not a good leveling spec. It is, it's pretty slow. It's not, like, the worst thing ever. The main thing about Blood Decay is you just can never die, but, like, Havoc also can't die, and Havoc has crazy mobility, which Death Knight has really bad mobility, and Havoc has really good damage, and Death Knight does not. And then obviously there's a ton of other specs that do the same thing. If you're looking for a tank to play, obviously Guardian Druid is always going to be the best leveling tank spec. And Vengeance is not bad, but if you're leveling, I would say level as Havoc. Vengeance is just very clunky while leveling. It may end up being better in the end game, depending on how scaling works. That's kind of hard to say. But in Mob Remix, unequivocally the best end game spec was Havoc. It was better than Vengeance. It could survive everything and it just did more damage. So I suspect it'll probably be the same, but who knows? I think either way, Demon Hunter just as a class is an extremely safe pick. Both specs are probably going to be pretty good for this, so that is probably what I'd recommend. And it's just Demon Hunter, right? It's fun. And if you want to level as Vengeance, it's not bad. I would say if we're comparing like Vengeance and Blood DK, Vengeance is probably better purely because there's a lot of Demon Hunter specific stuff, like as a class, that makes it overall stronger. Though all of the stuff that would make Vengeance a fast leveling spec, Havoc also has, except Havoc does it better. But Death Knights as a class are just relatively gimped. Blood is fine, it's just your DK mobility is so terrible, and Blood takes a really long time to get going on its damage. Like, I would say the damage that, relatively speaking, the damage that Blood is able to do when it gets to like level 40 or 50 and it has its full kit, Guardian can pretty much do at level 10 by just throwing up Moonfire and pressing Crash. So, when it comes to leveling, not all specs are created equal. A lot of it just has to do with like how involved their class design is. Because if your spec is designed around having a bunch of little modifiers that make different abilities worth using, then odds are you're going to feel really weak until you're a higher level and you actually get to spend talent points on those modifiers. But Guardian is honestly pretty straightforward, and so much of Guardian's talent tree is just flat percentage bonuses, like you do more arcane damage, your Thrash makes you do 2% more damage to targets it hits. So obviously you get stronger as you level up, but it's just like numerically stronger. Your kit still functions exactly as it would at max level, almost exactly. And so that's kind of why Guardian ends up feeling really strong. That's a explosion. I honestly don't know if it's even worth it to kill these demons. I suspect not, but I haven't been looking at exactly how much experience I'm getting. But I'm more so just trying to, test everything out and see what the rewards from this are. And like, do I get rewards for killing multiple demons from presumably the same thing? Man, Spell Rush with lag is also really fucking rough. Krieger subscribed with Prime. Thank you. Appreciate that. There's a big bronze node up there. Grab that. It's tinier than I thought. What am I missing here? Sisters of the Moon. Okay. Yeah, I can't see any because people are snagging them right as they respawn. I'm gonna be honest. I saw this, and I thought it was a Boomkin interacting with the Sister of the Moon. And I'm like, oh, well, he's taking that tag, I won't bother. But, nope, it is not a Boomkin.
Bless you, stranger.
Are there any frogs in Legion? There might be frogs in Legion, but I don't think any of the good farming spots are that. So, one thing that I do know for sure, from people who tested the PTR a lot, let me know that there is a mechanism in place to prevent similar stuff to the frog farm. So if you did not hear, the way that it now works is if you farm for too long in the same spot, mobs just stop dropping loot entirely. Yeah, wow, this is so expensive. I'm trying to save up for this, because, like, this is so whatever. The first ability I use does 30% increased damage. Like, it's just trivial. So I'm saving all of my resource for getting the big ability, but it's, yeah. So expensive after the initial points. Okay, let's do some of this other stuff. Speed. Okay. And then avoidance haste. Honestly, nah, I'm gonna keep the speed. It's not significant enough. But yeah, so frog farming in general is going to be a lot harder because of that change. It's highly likely that you won't see too many of those like super powerful farms. There might be situations where it's worth it to like farm in a particular spot for like, I don't know, 30 minutes. I don't know what the timer is before mobs stop dropping anything. So you go somewhere, you farm for 30 minutes, and then like you leave and do something else and come back when like the internal countdown is gone. I'm sure there's going to be people who figure out exactly how it works, like the exact time that you need to do it, or maybe ways to get around it. And at that point, we'll figure out some super big bronze farm. But the bronze farms that people have like told me about, of like, oh, these mobs might be pretty good, I don't think any of them were frogs. And I'm not going to say them because A, it doesn't seem to be a super efficient way to farm anyway. And if it is, well, if I said the areas that people have told me about, right, I'm sure some of them have probably been covered in videos. But if I tell you those areas, and there's still not an efficient way to get around the restriction, then Blizzard might go and preemptively nerf all of those farming spots, whereas by waiting, then people might find a workaround, and we'll have a period of like 24 hours with like a fancy workaround and a super overpowered spot to get a lot of bronze. Which is one of those, like, if that happens, again, farm it at your own risk, because they did do the rollback.
The Eridar you're holding possesses
which was kind
critical
of unprecedented.
information.
They've never really done something like that, especially when it's like not a blatant exploit, it's just playing the game.
Don't follow anyone blindly.
I think they've been very heavy-handed this time around because they know that that was a very bad thing that they had to do, of nerfing people who just objectively weren't exploiting. It was just a Blizzard fuck-up, and they would probably like to avoid that controversy again, I would imagine. So, yeah, I think they're just starting off with like heavy restrictions, and we'll see how overzealous they are this time around of nerfing things people find. Heroic, you watched a Blood DK streamer start a fight as Heroic right off the gate, and he was getting hit for like 20% of his health, died a couple times in the intro? Yeah. Yeah, it's not worth it. Now keep in mind, right, especially early on, I don't know how early that guy turned on Heroic, or girl, I don't know. I don't know how early they entered Heroic. If you don't have all of your items, you're missing out on like massive chunks of power, which is why, especially for this first character, notice how I didn't get shoulders until like level 5, or level like 15. I didn't get like a helmet until closer to level 20, and then at level 20, that is the first time you're able to unlock rings, trinkets, and necklaces. I don't know if all of them unlock at 20, or if they gradually unlock as you get from like 20 to 25, but I just had multiple slots empty for the first 15 or so levels. So if you're trying to do it right out of the gate on your very first character, you're going to have a really bad time, because you are just missing tons of power that the game expects you to have. On alt characters, you can unlock all that stuff from level 10, I believe. I didn't test alts on PTR, but I did read that, I think on Wowhead, which, you know, it is Wowhead, so take that with a grain of salt, but I do remember reading that all of the armor slots you can obtain starting from level 10 after your first character. As usual with events like this, your first character is like very heavily restricted, and there's a lot of stuff you just can't do, so. Yeah, that might be one of the reasons why they got blasted so badly. But it is just, the tuning on it is ridiculous.
Yes, I can see you. What do you
kind
want?
of like the idea
Death
that
to
they're
the
going for,
Legion.
but I don't know. The problem with something like a heroic world tier, especially for leveling, is it needs to be one of two things for people to use it. Either it needs to be more efficient, it needs to give you enough of an XP increase where even though it takes like twice as long to kill everything, you're leveling like 2.5 times as fast. Maybe. Just as a rough example. The numbers are not exact. Something like that, right? Or it needs to be just so much fun, and even though it takes longer to level, it's just really enjoyable, and even though you'll be losing time, you're not feeling like you're wasting time because you're just enjoying the process. But the problem with the heroic world tier is they've technically added some, like, mini Mythic Plus modifiers, I think, at, like, higher levels, and it, like, ramps up or whatever. But it's not interesting. Personally, I feel. I don't think it's interesting. And I haven't seen anybody say that they find it to be really interesting. By and large, it's just a bunch of flat modifiers to damage and healing, and some, like, bonus Mythic Plus affixes, and things like that. So, yeah, I don't really see why anybody would want to do that, other than, like, oh, I'm such a tough guy. Look at me leveling the hard version of leveling. Oh, all these scrubs are in casual mode. And, oh, I'm gonna take a hit for 50% of my health and enjoy it, because that's just the man I am. Like, unless you're one of those people like that who just likes torturing themselves because it, you know, builds character or something, I just don't really see what the fun advantage of Heroic World Tier is. So if it's not faster for leveling, why fucking bother? Kind of my take on it, at least. And I love, like I said, in theory, the idea of, like, a much more challenging leveling experience that's, like, really fun and engaging. But this ain't it. So they still have work to do. Nice, got an upgrade on the speed chest. If it'll let me. I guess I go back to Dalaran now? Also, what is my... I think I have enough infinite power now, because that achievement gave me, like, a crapload of infinite power. So I might be able to buy the Everdisk thing now. Let me double check. Oh no, it's... What is it? Infinite power. Oh, this is the total amount that I've collected. Okay. So I've collected 11k. I could buy this if I, like, unlearn some of this stuff, but I think I need to unlearn the vast majority of this. So I'll keep it as it is for now. I want to go to High Mountain next, what I'm not sure is if I need to go back to Dalaran. Let's use Nostwin's voucher, because there's the return ticket thing. So if I want to go back to Vel'Shara and just fly north, I can do that. There's an achievement for 50 empowered mob kills that unlocks a power boost gain. I think I know what you're talking about, and I don't think... unless there is actually an achievement, because you said there is an achievement, right? Very big difference between that and, like, there's just a bonus, because what I think you might be referring to is this quest, Infinite Research. There are infinite research quests where you can choose what to do. What is this? Speak with Eternus, unlock Heroic World Tier, rare enemies slain, 50 Lost Legion demons. Infinite research. Okay, so it does look like, yeah, you're right. There is a second infinite research that you don't get to choose the objective of. Because the one that I did before, it let me pick. But yeah, you're right that there's, not an achievement, but a weekly quest, or daily quest? I don't know what this is. 50 airborne lot. Wait, no, this is different. This is the flying guys that you can knock down with skywriting.
It's too far away.
This is rare enemies. Maybe if I do this quest, it'll give me a follow-up. Okay, turn on Heroic World Tier. And then, is there a follow-up quest? What is this? Extracurriculars. No, I'm not seeing a quest that does that, yeah.
I've sacrificed everything. What have you given?
Speak with Eternus about Dalaran? Yeah, no, unless I'm just not seeing it, right? I think you might be confused with one of the other quests, but maybe I just haven't gotten that quest yet. If there is a quest to, like, kill 50 enemies in Heroic World Tier, then yeah, it might be worth it to go and do that. But I am not seeing that anywhere. Oh, it is quite literally an achievement. You're saying, kill 50 empowered enemies in Heroic World Tier as a... Okay, but yeah, so here's the thing, though. Yeah, that's not a quest. Since it is an achievement, it looks like... Yeah, so at 50 you get the infinite knowledge, but that's account-wide, right? So, yeah, I see what you mean. I see the link. If that's account-wide, then I don't really think it would still be worth it to do that now. Maybe, depending on what counts as enemies, you can find an area with, like, a ton of tiny little enemies. You know what? Let's test that. Because if a random little Spriggan that has, like, 2 HP and dies in, like, 1 hit counts as an enemy, and you're just going around and getting the kills to get credit for that achievement, and then leaving Heroic World Tier, then that might be worth it, but specifically to get that bonus. But I don't think anything beyond that would be worth it. We'll try it, though. We'll see.
Azeroth must not fall.
Would the critter cannon count as an enemy? Worth a shot.
Don't follow anyone blindly. Think for yourself.
Do I unlock Suramar or something? Oh yeah, this is Suramar, I think. Wait, oh! This is a Tway now? Huh. I guess they finally changed that. Better late than never. Here, let's...
Time is short. If you have found this message, you are capable of finding me as well.
Does it have a list of all the buffs that you get by being in Heroic World Tier? I'm not seeing any.
We will defend Azeroth
together. This is interesting. I can use this as like a teleport to Suramar. Speak with Eternus about Dalaran. Why did that not show up? Okay, there is also a quest to kill enemies in Heroic World Tier. Yeah. Empowered enemies slain. So, maybe this is the sweet spot, it's hard to say, but I guess it might be worth it to enable it at, like, a specific point just to do these one-time quests.
Lower the barrier and evacuate
and then
the
you're
hold.
done?
These Illidari wish to exchange words with the Eridar.
Here. There's, like, so many different breadcrumb quests now. I want to go to High Mountain.
I shall open the cell for you.
What I'm wondering is, do I need to pick up a specific quest to do that? I know there's breadcrumb quests that you have to grab in your order hall, so I'm going to check back there and see.
The demon is all yours.
Legion Remix is part of retail.
You would stand before me after so many of your kin have fallen? Release me now, and I may yet spare
you can only grab one at a time.
Meet Taldath, one of the most powerful Eridar we've ever encountered. I'm sure you two will be fast friends. Remember, Demon Hunter, you were never here.
Pop these open.
Fool! You dare face me alone?
Orb herbs don't disappear from the minimap.
Veridus will hunt down every one of your disgusting ilk. Pity won't be around to witness.
Do not test our patience.
Tell
us where your master is,
Hold on, let me see
or
what the
die.
things are.
I need to get closer.
Okay, I just need to meet him in Thunder Totem, so this one I should be able to just fly there myself. Oh yeah, I need to turn in Tears of a Loon while I'm here. Breadcrumb quests that become unavailable once you start the chain? Yeah. Wish that stuff was more consistent. What is this? Yeah, that's a defensive thing. Defensive necklace. Yeah, don't really care. I'll find another time to scrap my items. Let's just keep moving. I guess world quests. Yeah, world quests have been updated. I'll give. And they get heroic matches. Wait, why did they only last for 2 more? Oh, I guess is it daily? Yeah, because in Legion, requested daily.
My lord wields power beyond your comprehension!
Account for that.
He will end you!
I'm out of range.
Let me try to kill like random things in Soramar.
It's too far away.
Yeah, Soramar starts scaling at level 30, so I should be able to do it now.
Your efforts mean nothing! Soon all of Suramar will bow to my method blindly.
And
that's all we needed.
There's a quest I have.
Finish him off.
Yeah, Lost Legion Demons. This is the thing up in the sky. Apparently, I have to break all of these crystals just to get this dude, though. Oh, that counts as multiple. Okay. Ooh. There's lots of little bronze nodes here. Yeah, that's just like bonus knowledge. Sure. I mean, this seems like a good way to get early infinite power. Because I'd really like to get that Everdisk ability. It seems like it would be really strong. I can just kind of freely fly around here and kill demons. That's kind of neat. I could definitely see myself just like, I'm bored, so I'm gonna fly laps around Suramar and just mindlessly hit demons with my bird. It's neat, I guess. And I need a bunch of these for the quest, so this seems to be a pretty condensed spot. It's also just natural bronze stuff scattered around. How's Legion Remix so far? Yeah, pretty good. It's pretty much exactly what I expected. There's some neat stuff, like, admittedly, adding the little skywriting things that you can just do a hit and run on is kind of cool. Different way to farm bronze. And I'll try to, like, make my way over to... There's a rare mob. I need to
My
kill...
life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion.
Presumably this won't, like, one-shot me, so... Do big CDR. I need Fury. Okay, yeah, like, look at this. One rare, and it has so much fucking health. And this is with multiple people hitting.
I've sacrificed everything.
Imagine if I was trying to
What
solo
have you
this.
given?
Does this look worth it? How many rares do I need? Maybe this is like, because it's in Suramar, it's a special rare. Any boss slain. What is any boss? Like a dungeon boss? A raid boss? What do I need for this? 15 rare enemies? Okay, to be fair though, this doesn't say they need to be in heroic world tier. So I have a quest to kill rare enemies, but that's in any mode. And then I have a quest to kill enemies in heroic world tier, or rather the achievement is to kill 50 enemies in heroic world tier. And that is not specific to,
Yes, I can see you. What do you want?
There, okay, this is where it's tracked. It does say empowered enemies, but what is an empowered enemy? Is that a rare? I don't think so. I think that they said in their blue post that it's like a separate thing. When Pirate is, like, really strong, they usually glow. Okay, I'll try to keep an eye out for him. Apparently, I only need 3 of those? Yeah. I'll try to do these world quests while I'm here. Just because, you know, they're buffed anyways. Unless they feel like they're taking just an eternity to do. In which case, why bother? The portal to Oregon Azuna works? Really? It's a bit silly. Okay. I mean, I don't think that gave that much experience. Definitely not enough to justify... Crap. Definitely not enough to justify the time I spent. Time to turn off XP in a random DH in month. Yeah. I mean, it would be interesting if that stuff still worked. I'm not gonna rule it out. But I don't know. I think that as much as a lot of people did enjoy that strategy, there's probably more people that kind of hated it than those of us that enjoyed optimizing it. So I'd be very surprised if they don't take that out. So this is just kill mobs. Well, actually, isn't this, I remember this, there's like a little cannon that you can use. I wonder if that counts as killing mobs. Maybe it does. That would be a neat way to kind of bypass this. I did a lot of world quests back in Legion. Suramar rares are harder? Gotcha. I'll at least test out some rare mob in, like, a regular zone. Oh my god, yeah, but look at the auto-attack damage. That's kind of the problem. Like, I'm playing Havoc, so I'll be able to live it. But that is an insane random white hit for, like, 20% of my HP. Just, like, generating so many souls that I'm out-healing anything that's happening, so it doesn't matter, but... okay, let's see if this counts. The world quest, I know it does. North American aim right now. Fuck me. Is there, like, one that isn't boxed in by these 2 fucking gates? Okay, come on. Jesus. I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed by this fucking world quest, man. Come on. What do you mean that doesn't hit? Okay. Alright, Blizzard. Psychoron PTR seemed like they buffed Heroic World Tier. Yeah, no, they definitely buffed it by a lot. It was absolutely abysmal at the start. It's still not worth it, though. Like, for the difficulty level of, like, fighting a single mob, you need to make leveling so much more efficient in this mode to justify it. Okay, I feel less bad. The hitboxes in the bats are fucked. Don't aim spam? There's a cooldown! Oh, wait! That counts? Wait a second! That counts?!
The Nightborn will survive.
That's the strat! That's the... You use the cannon, and you just farm empowered bats. Okay. Time to join a raid and keep farming these? I can still sit in the cannon. I finished the world quest and it's not kicking me out. There's another... That? Wait, what the heck? The Felguard just, like, popped into the air and then disappeared. There has to be, like, a better vantage point, though. I think there's other cannons. Oh, yeah, there's another one. Alright, let's track the achievements. And somehow I'm getting double credit, because I've only seen 3 bats, and yet I already have my tracker up to 5. Okay, come on. Is this... It's giving me... I think it's giving me credit for... Where's the other one? Oh yeah, that actually counts as just enemy slain. Alright, that's crazy. Okay, so this is just by far the best way to do that achievement. Not even close. It also counts the riders. Ooh. Good call, I didn't even think of that. There's one. And... come on. Come on! There we go. If I do this, yeah, we're up to 7 now. Does this guy count? This is engorged. Yeah, that counts as empowered. Can I shoot down? Probably can't shoot you down. I'm kind of worried that if I leave the cannon, I won't be able to re-enter. So I guess I just sit here for now. They actually have a decent spawn rate, all things considered. Come on. Oh, there's another one. You'll have to sit there until Remix is over? No, 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 I only need 50. Oh, fuck me. Yeah. Yeah, so that time it only counted as 1. Oh, God. This stupid little gate thingy. There we go. Alright, so the infinite knowledge, the thing that gives you the account-wide increase, is at 50 of this. So I have to track... yeah, there we go. Infinite knowledge. Alright. Yeah, no, so I got quest credit for the heroic world tier thing. Which, I mean, that's good. This is definitely the easiest way to get that quest done. You also get a world quest for the... 2 things for the price of 1. But you won't need to do this after your first character. But once I get this achievement, my entire account will have that infinite knowledge thing. And this is definitely going to be faster than trying to, like, kill multiple mobs one by one. Especially 50 empowered mobs. I'm killing them in 1 hit. A regular mob took me, like, 30 seconds to kill. An empowered mob at this gear is probably going to be a massive pain in the ass. Where is this? Suramar. There's a world quest up right now, and you can find this little turret thingy. There we go. Let's see. No Realm First achievements in Legion Remix? No. There's literally nothing for... like, those type of achievements in Remix. I don't even think they... do they have them in retail anymore, period? I don't think they do. So it's literally just for bragging rights. It's, like I said, it's the flower-sniffing champion, basically. And now, mind you, right? I'm in a glass house here, but I like to optimize alt leveling speed and do stuff that, like, is... practical for other people to copy. Trying to optimize specifically your first character is just... let's see. Is it run black... if you run Black Oxes, it's better to use the Purifyings even though there's no damage to clear? Nizal only staggers a portion of your damage. If that's what you're asking. Encouraging Illidari sounds. Thank you, Poverty Midas. Stepped away to get water. What was the ability you're getting? Forest? When I choose my ability, if you're talking about the artifact tree, I'm going to pick the Everdisc. The Everdisc looks like the best one, for leveling at least, in my opinion. I think that overall it'll give you the most bang for your buck. Didn't they fix the level 20 scaling? No idea. We haven't been able to test it at all. They definitely haven't fixed the scaling overall. Like, low levels still do more damage. So that has not changed. Just as a general rule of thumb for how World of Warcraft is designed. Whether or not you will be able to abuse that again for Remix, like you were in MoP, that is the thing that we don't know. But, I mean, even in retail right now, low-level twinks are still very much a thing. The only thing that you might be thinking of that they changed is they changed how time walking scaling worked. And a lot of times, at least like in the context of retail, people were using those twinks for time walking boosting. So it's still possible. They're still very strong, but they changed some stuff about how it scales. So twinks are, I believe, significantly weaker than they were before in specifically that content. Do achievements give more than bragging rights? Oh yeah, I mean, achievements give tangible power increases, which is why I'm farming this one right now. It gives infinite knowledge. If we're talking about, like, in-game achievements. When I was saying the whole bragging rights thing, I'm just saying, like, the first person to hit 80 in, you know, Legion Remix, whatever. Like that. Who gives a shit? World firsts and stuff like that for leveling, even in, like, regular expansions, are always... Somebody finds a broken thing on the PTR or a beta or whatever, and keeps the strat to themselves, and then when the servers go live, they abuse it, Blizzard fixes it like 2 hours later, and then they get to claim, like, I was world first because I had a team of people helping me using a broken strat. Okay. You know, that's cool, buddy. Am I going to make a video for the fastest leveling route? Yes. So, I guess, yeah, I posted that in my... I made a little YouTube announcement talking about my plans, but I guess I can go over it again here, because obviously not everybody's going to see that. So the current plan is for miscellaneous, like, niche topics. Like, for instance, at one point I will probably talk about the best leveling build for this artifact tree and talk about, like, why I think Everdisk or Tempest's Wrath are the two best ones and how you should spend your points. That's something that I want to cover, but that's, like, not everybody's going to care too much about that. So I'm going to record that and just, like, no editing, just info dump. I'm just going to sit here, press record, and just talk about all of the information that I know about that subject, and I'm going to put that on my second channel. So anybody who cares about that stuff, I will probably throw that up, like, within a day or two, once I've thoroughly tested it and I am confident that Everdisk is actually the best, as I suspect it is from my testing on the PTR. I didn't test it heavily, so I could be wrong, but it seemed pretty clear to me when I did test it that, yeah, this is just by far the best option. But I'll put that information there. In depth for people who really care about that stuff. If there's other topics like that that I think people might be interested in, but is, like, more niche for you guys who really care about optimizing leveling, then I'll put similar videos up on my second channel. Then a week from today, I will make, like, an edited, condensed... leveling guide for all of the information that I know from our first week of testing. And all of, like, the fastest strats, little tips on, like, you know, basically the best builds. I'll include a mention of, like, this is the best thing that you should do if you're trying to level, and then if you want, like, an hour-long deep dive on why this is the case, go check out the other video. But that video on my main channel in a week should contain a very, very condensed summary of all of the super important information. And that way I can get that out there for anybody who just wants a basic roadmap to follow if you're planning on starting Legion Remix early. A lot of people that I've talked to don't want to play Legion Remix right now, and they're very much in the mindset of, like, I'm going to wait until end of November when they're going to do all the fancy catch-up stuff and all of the phases are out, and then at that point I just want to have the fastest leveling strategy already discovered, and I'll follow your guide from that point. So I'm going to have this initial guide out, but then I'm still going to keep testing, and whenever I feel that we've found the fastest strategy, whatever it is, and I don't really think there's any room to improve it, then I will start making a really, really, really detailed video guide for the main channel, and whether that takes 3 weeks, whether that takes, 2 months, and it's out, like, literally end of November, I don't know. It is entirely dependent on how long I feel it has taken to find by far the best leveling route, and, like, there's no way it could be optimized further than this. And when that happens, that video will be posted on the main channel. But the reason I'm making that, like, week 1 summary video is so that at least it's there. So if it does take me a while to figure out the best leveling method, you at least have a basic summary in the meantime. So I don't have people asking me literally every single day for the next 2 months, when's the leveling guide, when's the leveling guide, when's the leveling guide. You'll have an interim leveling guide. That's the current plan. And then as time goes on, like, let's say I post that guide next week, and then 2 weeks from now, a major discovery is made that, like, expands upon all the stuff that I talked about in that first video. I'll make like a second channel video talking specifically about the new thing that was found that makes leveling super fast, and then you can use that as like, you know, an addendum. But I don't expect that I will need to race to update my main channel video a week from now too much, because I'm going to keep it much more like beginner friendly. There's going to be a much more emphasis on like first character leveling, basically what I'm doing right now, unlocking achievements, talking about things like this of like important achievements to target, so that if you do want to level alts later on in the event, you are already ready to go, you have all of the XP modifiers and stuff like that. It's going to focus more on evergreen topics, and then probably at the end of the video, if there is like an emerging strategy that people seem to think is really strong, kind of like the level 20 boosting, I'll touch upon that, and I'll probably give a lot of disclaimers of, you know, oh, this is still a work in progress, there might be ways to streamline this further, but just so you know, you might want to look into this more. That way, even after I make the super duper updated guide, let's say in 2 months, then in that guide I could say, hey, if you're leveling your very first character, I made a separate video that goes over all like the introduction, all the basics. And that way the big, really detailed, super fast alt leveling guide, that can already assume that you have all of the intro information, because there'll be a separate video on it, and we can get really into the meat on how to optimize alt leveling. And as with anything, I mean, it's an evolving process, right? So that's my current plan, but something may come up and I may need to change that plan over time. Nothing's completely set in stone yet, but all I can guarantee is that I will be doing a lot of testing. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to find a pretty cool alt leveling method before long. Now, whether or not we're able to find something that gets you to max level in like, you know, under 30 minutes, in the case of the speedrun, and like even keep in mind that the sub 30-minute strategy that I did, even though it had like the help of a ton of different people, even after that was nerfed, later on in the event, after they changed some of the experience values, I had a lot of people reach out to me to say that just like doing a casual, like semi-casual run, like they weren't trying to speedrun, they were just playing with their friends and trying to boost some alts with like a group of 5, a lot of people managed to get like sub 40-minute times, like 35. I think somebody got like a 34-minute time. So even with like non-super duper giga min-max speedrun strats, the level 20 boosting was actually a practical way that a lot of people used to level their alts. It's, at the time, you know, many people were using it, but I think some people who missed Mop Remix have kind of heard about that. They're like, well, you know, I'm not super interested in boosting strats, and generally I don't recommend boosting strats either. The big difference with the Mop Remix stuff is that you were able to basically boost yourself, because it required a trial account, which is completely free to make, and the actual setup process was super easy. I even did a video at the time where in the span of 6 hours, I created a character, I got that character to level 20, I geared that character, and then I spent, within that still 6-hour run, I boosted on that brand new character a different character from 10 to 70. So it was basically like an all-in-one speedrun of like creating, leveling, gearing, and then doing a full boost. And I did that in, I think it was like 6 hours or something like that. And then obviously from that point on, you now have a level 20 where you can boost every single character going forward in like an hour, roughly. That was Mop Remix, keep in mind. But that's why it was so effective. It did not take any time at all to set up, and you could do it entirely on your own. You didn't need to do anything fancy to multi-box. You just checked a box on your account creation page and enabled a free trial level 20 account, and you could just run both instances at the same time. No fancy setup or anything required. And that still works for retail, keep in mind. It's just, we don't know if that will work in Legion. But if it does, it might still be a fast way to level. DVD. Suramar was a max level zone. I'm aware Suramar was a max level zone, yeah, but it still scales. Like, it is still currently scaling from 30 to 80, so in theory, everything should be giving, like, health values proportional to my level. Now, that being said, a lot of times, endgame rare mobs might have, like, significantly more, like, relative health compared to your level, because they're designed for you to have more gear on top of that. So that might be why that rare mob in particular was, like, super tanky, because it was in Suramar City itself. But a lot of the Suramar quest lines were designed with fresh level, what was it, 110s in mind? Was Legion 110? I think it was 110, because then BFA was 120 and then they did the squish. It's been a while. What level do you have to be for world quests? I don't know the exact level. I unlocked some world quests when I went back to Dalaran after I finished Val'sharah. I think I was level... I'm level 32 now. I was level 30 when I first finished Val'sharah and went back. But I don't know what unlocked it. I don't know if it was the level I was. I don't know if it was like... It had unlocked at 25, but I just had to speak to that guy in Dalaran. Maybe it unlocks at 15. And it's just because I didn't go back to the city for that long, I hadn't unlocked it yet. I'm not entirely sure of the exact point. Let's see. Does the moment that gives you experience gain across warbands stack the more alts you make? The memento. So are you saying, like, if you create brand new alts, will you be able to just infinitely farm the 10% bonus? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure all of the mementos you get are tied to achievements. It does work across your warband, in case that's the question. But a lot of them are tied to, like, random achievements. So, earn your first artifact weapon. I think this gave me a bonus thing. Earn power. Like, you might unlock this while doing your first character, but it's usually tied to some achievement somewhere. Complete the introductory experience, blah, blah, blah. So, like, you can't get this multiple times, basically. It might seem like, oh, I did this quest, this intro quest, and it gave me this reward, but it's, you're getting the quest reward, and at the same time you're completing an achievement that's dropping that same exact reward in your bag, so it looks like it came from the intro quests, where actually there's just an achievement to do the intro quests. There might, well, I know for a fact that the more characters you level, I don't know where the achievement is, but the more characters you level, the higher XP gain you get. There is a cap. I forget where the cap is. But you do get benefits, but I believe it's like when you get a character to max level, you get like an increase to your total experience earned, warband-wide. But a lot of the achievements are one-time only. I'm trying to see, where is that? World tier stuff. Like the Withered training scenario? In heroic world tier. Okay, that's gonna be annoying. I did not like the Withered training scenario back in Legion. Thing was a pain in the ass. One of the Withered is running away. Catch him before he is lost in the tunnels. There's also an achievement for doing world quests. Die in heroic world tier. Okay. So when I go to exit this, I'm gonna just fall from a really high height just so that I get that achievement. I'll try to remember to do that. What else? Oh, okay, so actually there's an achievement for leveling every single class in Legion Remix, which is... That's kind of crazy. I already was planning on doing every single class just for fun, but I actually don't know if I have enough room in my character creation slots. I probably have a bunch of, like, really, like, low-level random characters that I don't ever play that I could delete, but that's... They're only giving us 5 new slots. That's kind of annoying that you have to get every character leveled. But I guess more of a reason to do it. I was gonna do it anyway. There is an achievement for doing your second artifact weapon. I don't know what the follow-up beyond that is. There might be an achievement for unlocking every single artifact weapon. Sounds like it would make sense. If I get 50k infinite power, there's another achievement. Huh. Complete infinite research assignments. I thought I've already completed one. So I don't know why it's still showing 0 out of 5. It's kind of nice. This is like super chill. I'm just sitting here pressing one button. I get the full Ret Paladin experience. And I get to just read chat. What's the world quest name? I forget because I've already completed it. If you're watching on YouTube, you should be able to scroll back in the recording a little bit and see when I first got here. And then you'll see the world quest name. In before it's patched? Yeah, admittedly, this will be a very easy thing for them to patch. They'll just make it so like these bats can't become empowered. So then you can't farm them for that quest, but in the meantime. And to be clear, right? Like, all this lets you do is I'm able to get that upgrade immediately. Instead of having to wait until I'm max level. If you come back at max level to Heroic World Tier and just blast the, what's it called? Blast a bunch of enemies, like, you'll eventually get this. It doesn't matter that much. It's also a really good way to do the Heroic World Tier quests, because it takes a while to get the 50 empowered enemies, because I have to sit here and wait for one of them to spawn. But killing 15 enemies for the quest with this, like, literally took a minute. They're really fast. For all classes is just mounts. Oh, okay, I see. And you can buy them, too? That's interesting. So if you don't feel like leveling another class, you can just spend bronze. That's good to know. Pixelina said, "Hi, Mr. Stream. So glad you're covering Legion Remix. YouTube did not even notify you." Yeah. I mean, I only posted that I was doing a stream on YouTube, like, a few hours ago. I guess this morning. Yeah, it has, I guess, been a while, because it took so long for them to actually get the servers up. But yeah, I posted it basically less than 24 hours ago. I talked about it in my Discord, obviously. I mean, I definitely was going to cover Legion Remix. Like, there's no universe where I don't cover this. But I talked about my plans for it in a Discord post, and then I was like, yeah, you know, I should probably make a YouTube post about it too. Just so that people are aware. But then, you know, obviously, it's not everybody's going to read that immediately. Dungeons might be faster. For, like, leveling in general. It's entirely possible. Obviously, dungeons weren't something that I could super easily test on the PTR, so I don't know for sure. It is entirely possible that dungeons are faster once you have, like, super geared players who can basically boost you through it. Though, given my experience with... There we go. Given my experience with Legion dungeons, I do not think that, like, just regular Legion dungeon running is going to be worth it. I'll probably do Legion dungeons at some point for, like, these quests, because I'm pretty sure there's achievements tied to them. So I already have, like, the Enter the Dark Red Thicket ones, and, like, in Stormheim, you have to do the quest to get the Aegis of Agrimar. And then there's also the Tidestone of Golganeth quest in Eye of Ashara. So I will probably do those eventually, like, at least once, just for the quests, because I believe on your first character that'll probably give you some advantages, but... Whether or not that's, like, a super fast way to level just in general, I do not know. I'm gonna go do these world quests since they, you know, expire soon. And there's, like, an achievement to get a bunch of world quests done, so I want to make sure I get credit for them. And then I will fall to my death to get credit for the other thing. Dungeon mobs count for Heroic World Tier? Interesting. So if you enable Heroic World Tier and then you enter just a regular dungeon, even though the dungeon doesn't get buffed, it still counts, is what you're saying?
We must bolster our ranks. Seek out the withered and soothe their rage.
Interesting if that's the case. Let's see. You were asking about infinitely stacking, but didn't realize it was tied to an achievement? Gotcha. I don't really see the Withered here. I forget how this achievement works, so I'm not gonna... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna waste my time with this. Okay, it's just any random Withered in this area. Okay, this should be easy then. Do I actually need to beat them up? Oh, no, okay, then yeah, this is actually really easy. Dungeon gave kill credit for regular Heroic World Tier enemies for the quest Infinite Chaos? Gotcha. In that case, yeah, so what were the dungeon mobs buffed for you? Like, did they deal more damage to you relative to other people in the party? If not, then that seems like a really easy way to get that achievement, or quest done. But I would imagine that there's no, like, empowered enemies in dungeons, so for the achievement that we just did, I don't think that would work, right? There's a feat of strength for dungeons that gives bronze and stuff. Yeah, but... So, keep in mind, if it's just doing the dungeon, you can save that until max level. And just do them on, like, M0 or something like that. You'll probably want to do that anyway. Specifically, doing it on normal while leveling for the quests might be worth it. Because there's, like... For the initial 4 dungeons, there's a follow-up quest to collect all... What were they called? Like, the Pillars of the Isles or something? I forget the lore of this expansion.
I have no doubt that each of them would be proud to hear our calls.
But that might be an achievement. I honestly don't know. Yeah, it is. Scour the Broken Isles and recover all 5 Pillars of Creation. That's what it's called. It doesn't seem like it gives anything, but a lot of these I remember from Legion Remix, they only can list 1 reward on here, so it may give a greater bronze cache and the other thing that gives you 10% XP. I don't know. I'll have to check that out. Oh, finally got Demonic. That's big. You don't know? You just DPS, fair enough. Remember to die for the achievement? Yes, yes, yes. I still have 1 more world quest to do.
The Wardens have pledged to bring justice to this world, but we cannot be everywhere. We offer you the honor of taking down.
Probably shouldn't be trying to read chat on things. I will catch up in a little bit. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? Okay, so this guy has some modifier that's causing him to infinitely summon imps. Which I think would be fine. So I get soul fragments off it. There's also some other dude here, so that's cool. This is another one of the empowered things. But I need to kick his dude. This is fucking crazy. Yeah, like, there is no world in which this is worth doing. Like, look at this shit. I literally... What? He literally just grips you in from halfway across the fucking world. Yeah, I'm not gonna have to die to get that thing. Okay, yeah, I just get the achievement. Cool. That's actually just so fucking dumb. Lame game? Yeah, that is like the laziest way to make artificial difficulty. Of like, we're just going to blanket the fucking floor with a million unavoidable things. It's unfortunate that in this particular case, this mob also has a periodic heal. So I need to run over to him to stop his cast of that cannibalize thing, or he just heals. And he's white hitting me for like a ridiculous amount. I could probably swap to Vengeance and just tank a lot of damage, but it's kind of the same problem with, you know, this artificial difficulty stuff that Delves have as well. Of like, if the only challenging thing is that it just does ridiculous amounts of unavoidable damage to you, then it's just like, okay, I guess I play tank specs. Like that's the challenge. Alright. Infinite survivability spec it is. And should go without saying, this is not even remotely efficient for leveling. For all the people asking earlier, hopefully this answers your question. I'll probably do that just because all I need is survivability. Fracture. Sure. I don't really need Spear Bomb, honestly. I don't need that either. Are you kidding me? I can't see. Some random mob patrolled into me, which is lovely. Problem is, oh yeah, my weapons don't carry over, because I don't have the Vengeance thing unlocked. Huh. Well this kind of sucks. This is a really, really bad game design to BH. I'm not gonna bother with this. Oh no, I miss out on a world quest. I will... Oh, it actually... Does it... Okay, it doesn't automatically kick you out of Heroic World Tier. But... Yeah, I'm gonna just disable that. Like, I could maybe get the Vengeance Artifact weapon and go back and fight that one mob to get, like, 1 extra world quest done. Or, I could just keep leveling, reach max level, get more power, and just come back and solo this because, like, it's just a numbers game. Not worth the energy. It's just a particularly unfortunate combo, though. The fact that that mob has some baked-in ability that causes it to heal means that it's basically impossible unless you just overgear it. Speed. Nice. These scrolls. Avoidance. Okay. And I got another Nostwin's voucher. Where I need it. You can't play Remix yet, and it's close to 3 AM. I'm guessing you're on Europe then?
Change is good.
It's unfortunate if it's taking them a while. Okay, I got that quest done. So, I turned it in over.
What is history?
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Series of variables.
Back to normal. Speed helmet. Yeah, that is, I believe, an upgrade. Yep. And speed belts. Hell yeah, that actually a big upgrade from my belts. I think that's it for now in this area. I'll just recycle this and onwards to High Mountain. This should take me to Val'sharah, and then I'm just going to Dragon Ride from there. Also, I missed your message, Tales of a Scrub, but I was able to re-enter the canon, yeah. They accidentally gave every druid the Mage Tower appearances. I think I saw Dosakuva mention that before. That is a massive error if they did do that. How did he even mess that up? That is very strange. I don't really need any of the floating bronze things. I'll kind of just ignore them so we can get this going. Makes you wonder if the new Legion Tower Achieve is granting them? Interesting. Why has Europe got to be so slow? Yeah. It does suck that there's not synchronized releases for this kind of stuff. I wish there was. There we are.
Greeting, welcome, champion, to Thunder Totem.
And I think the quest is turned in on the bottom floor, right?
From the Skyhorn tribe. Today,
yeah, I just talked to Mela.
I am Mela.
You don't get the really bad bugs often? Oh yeah, the vault bug. I remember that. I just straight up didn't open my vault for the first 2 days of the week. I waited all the way until Thursday just to make sure it was 100% safe.
This platform will take you into the sacred hall of chieftains, where Mela High Mountain awaits you.
At least they don't have 8-hour maintenance, true. There's a give and take there. Although as long as it's, you know, consistently long, you can play around it and just sleep extra. The problem with, you know, today is I specifically wanted to do this leveling run the moment servers went up, just to get all the testing out of the way as soon as I possibly could, and that meant that I had to just sit there waiting. I did play a lot of Classic, though, so... I'm working on doing a Classic WoW leveling run, and I'll probably post, like, part 1 of it on my second channel sometime this week. I'm almost done with, like, the kind of the stopping point that I want for the first part of it. Because Classic WoW is, you know, it's weird, right? It's really long, and there's a lot of boring segments, so at least for some of the early stuff, where it's just, you know, the basic killing boars and whatnot, I want to cut out a lot of, like, the uninteresting bits and do some editing. But I need a good stopping point that feels right, of, like, this is a good place to end the initial part of it. And I've already figured out where I want that to be, but I just haven't had enough time to get there just yet. So yeah, I'm hoping I'll have enough time later on throughout the week in between Legion Remix stuff to get like the last bit of recording done for that. Because that's just something I've been excited to do. Gotta sleep, no... Probably gonna be a few hours behind. I mean, a few hours behind for Legion Remix is like, who cares? As long as you do the daily stuff before whatever the next daily reset is, you're not behind at all in practice. And even if you miss that daily thing, I'm pretty sure it actually gets banked up for like 6 days, so there's like basically no rush at all. I would not stress out about it. Actually, I think I kind of want Chaotic Transformation at this point. I'm at a high enough level where I actually would benefit from having that. Yeah. Honestly, if you want to be super duper efficient with your time in this, the trick is to just not play. Blizzard has made it very clear that if you just like don't play the event, they will make it so you can catch up later on, because they want your sub money at all costs. So I know a lot of people who aren't even bothering right now. Now, obviously, I don't get that luxury because I have to make the guides. So I have to test it day one and figure out the fast strats. But generally, the way that I'll probably do this, it's kind of the same thing I did in Mop Remix, is I did all of my testing and then I save, like, if I want to level like a bunch of alts, like in Mop, I leveled up, like, 10 monks to have for, like, splits and stuff. And I did that all, like, on basically the last week. No reason to do that early. Or you frog farm and get this gear week 1. Yeah, I mean, there is always the exploit early, exploit often thing. But just keep in mind that only frog farming was not enough to, like, magically get you to a spot that was, like, completely unreachable. I would say the worst time to play Mop Remix was the period immediately following frog farming. Because, yeah, like, they nerfed frog farming, and then it was basically impossible to get caught up for, like, a few weeks afterwards. But then they came in with, like, a million different buffs, and by the end of the event, I was, like, 10 times as powerful as the people who frog farmed. Now, that being said, there were a few people who did do a ton of frog farming and other stuff week 1, and somehow didn't get rolled back. So they started off with, like, a pretty big advantage, and I think the highest that my Demon Hunter got was, like, 700k threads. I forget the exact number. It's been a while. But I knew people that had, like, millions upon millions of threads. It was, like, a ridiculous number. But those people, it wasn't just frog farming. Like, they were at the hyperspawn farms, day in, day out, just grinding mobs to watch the number go up. And when it came to Mop, I don't know exactly how it's going to work in Legion in terms of... Like, I know how the power scaling system works in theory, but how it works in theory is a lot different than how it's going to play out in practice. But in Mop, I think it was like around 200k threads, you basically were at full power compared to everybody else. You were already able to, like, do all the most difficult stuff, provided you had the gear for it. Also, I can finally get this. Figured I'd double check, and I have the Everdisk. So, see if I can pull some mobs and showcase this. Oh, there's a big bronze thing over there. Yeah, so this does a lot of damage. How do I intercept the returning projectile? Oh, okay, I just have to run into it at the right angle. Yeah, so you fire off this big thing, it does a ton of damage, as you can see, and you can, like, kick it back at enemies to bounce it. One thing that I didn't get a chance to test in the PTR is if you set up, like, the perfect situation of... There's a bunch of mobs, like, on the wall, can you, like, fire it at a wall and then ricochet it off a wall, like, really quickly? In theory, you could maybe do, like, crazy burst damage with that. but tough to say. For Mop Remix, you could have just started playing the last 2 weeks and gotten everything with ease. Yeah. And that's the thing. There's a big difference between people who want to just get all of the unlocks, which if all you care about is getting all the transmog and unlocks and stuff, if you take the time to, like, actually play the game at the very end, you'll be able to get everything guaranteed. As long as you have the free time to, like, okay, it's the last week or two, I'm going to hardcore grind this. But the amount of time that you'll end up spending if you do that at the very end of the event, it'll be overall less hours than if you do it right now at the start. Just basically guaranteed. That is just kind of how it works. The thing that some people like, though, is being able to farm that infinite power. And especially, there is kind of an incentive to do that this time around with the Infinite Mythic Plus system. Now, that is not something that I am personally interested in. I don't really care that much about doing it. I am going to farm as much infinite power as is required to make alt leveling super fast. And presumably there's going to be like a hard ceiling for how far you can boost alts with that. Your mains can get effectively infinite power, but even in Mop Remix, the boosting speed of like my 700,000 thread Demon Hunter was basically the same as a minimal investment level 20 Twink. The differences were so marginal that it did not matter. Trust me, it did not matter. I had people boosting me that had only spent like about a day setting up their Twink, and they were perfectly fine, and it was really fast, and yeah, they did not have to spend like hours and hours and hours doing all the grinding. And a lot of that was because of all of the changes they did towards the end. Now, that would not have been possible like day one of it first coming out, but by the end of the event, oh yeah, absolutely. It was very easy. So just something to keep in mind. Do not stress yourself out. Speed? Nice. Yeah, take that. Chain of the Underking. I'll take the... This one does damage. This is avoidance. Leech. Oh, there's like so many random new appearances from this, huh? Cool. Can I like farm this rare mob infinitely? It just respawns. So I'm at 2 out of 15. If I just kill this guy again, am I at 3 out of 15? Yep. And he still gives loot. So that means that the way that you do that quest is to just find the fastest rare mob and just kill him 15 times, I guess. Sure. Last you saw, the disc goes through walls, but you didn't use it for long. Well, the main issue is, like, what World of Warcraft determines as a wall can vary. So some walls just, like, are kind of cosmetic. I would imagine it bounces. But it might travel a fixed distance. It's entirely possible. I did not test it enough to say for sure. Let's get Soul Rending. This time it'll be a smart move to do the quests every 6 days. Yeah. As long as you don't let it overcap, you're good to go. I could sit there and farm that rare, but I'm sure I'll run into another one later on, and I'm not even convinced that that's, like, the fastest rare. It is pretty easy to kill. There could be an even easier one. But yeah, I will say, disc, I'm, like, fairly certain that the disc is just the strongest thing. The other power, what is it? The Brewing Storm? Or Tempest Wrath? That also seems very good, but... I feel like a lot of the stuff that makes it really good, you don't get until higher levels. So it might be a case of, like, run the disc at the start, and then after you get to, like, a really high level and you have enough artifact power to respec, then swap to the Tempest Wrath with all the upgrades. But it's hard to say. That being said, it's kind of just a toss-up between those two. For sure. The other ones just do less damage, or do barely anything of note, so there's just kind of no point in using anything else. At least in my humble opinion. Quest first over dungeons? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, as a rule of thumb for World of Warcraft, period. Quest over dungeons. Dungeons tend to be overrated because people like the fact that they can just shut their brain off. And it's usually not actually faster if you know what you're doing. But especially in the case of Remix, there's a lot of achievements to just do the entire zone that give you like flat account-wide XP modifiers. So my priority right now is I'm going to try and make sure that all of the quests that give the flat XP modifiers, I am going to just do those first. That is my goal for today. Well, outside of, obviously, get this character to level 80. And then once this character is level 80, then I'm going to farm all of those achievements. If there's an achievement that I see, I'm like, oh, I could probably do this while leveling my second character, then I'll save that one, and I'll do all of the other, like, achievements that are easy to do at endgame. If it's like, you know, run a dungeon or something like that. And then I'll make sure that I get all that stuff done. Am I going to play a monk? Eventually, yeah. I mean, I main a monk in retail, right? So I play a monk all the time. One of the main reasons that I'm playing Demon Hunter here is just because it's nice to do something different every now and then. Souls of the Ka. I have that on a trinket, right? Yeah. So I'm going to hold on to this necklace just because if I get a better trinket to replace this thing... Okay. Wow, the disc just, like, obliterated that dude. Yeah, so I'll hold on to this. Let me put it in my final bag slot. Now Havoc starts to kind of come together. Come on. Just mastering this. Isn't soaked scuffs. Oh, random gray item. Oh, got the transmog for that. Cool. So, okay, that's just automatic power. I don't think any of the other stuff I got is worth using. Yeah. But that necklace is, like, technically an upgrade, but I don't... How would that work? Do I actually... Come to think of it. Do I get extra stacks? Oh, it does. Grants 1 additional rank of Soul of the Ka. So... Deals 558 holy damage. Yeah, Soul of the Ka just does more damage. So, in theory... Oh, but this grants 2 additional ranks. Yeah. Why is this being done? Okay. What is happening here? Enemy nameplates turned on combat. I'm just going to go into my nameplate things and manually enable it because the game's being dumb. That's interesting. I feel like it's probably better to have multiple different procs, because a lot of procs like that, they will have their own internal cooldown. So if the proc hits like 50% harder, well, that's really good, but that's not going to make it activate more frequently. But if you have 2 separate procs, they probably have their own internal cooldown. So even if one does like less overall damage, for leveling, having like 2 different effects that just blast random mobs will give you more overall damage, I believe. Hard to say for sure, right, without thorough testing, but just as a guesstimate, I think that is probably the case. Play slowly, why you speedrun? I mean, why not? I am, frankly though, I am playing slowly. I am trying to level efficiently still, but all things considered, this is still a testing run. It is still a slow speedrun. But I'm not forcing you to speedrun. By that same logic, don't impose your preferred way of playing on me. May come as a surprise, but not everybody enjoys the same things. Did I keep the new computer? No, I ended up returning it, yeah. I still have to get, like, a new computer, but I just haven't had time, unfortunately. Especially, you know, with the Legion Remix and stuff right now. I might finally go and actually try to get a new computer, like, maybe by the end of the month. I think once I've finished all of my, like, super-duper important Legion Remix testing, and things have settled down a little bit, then I'll do that. The problem is, getting the new computer set up, you know, in terms of video editing, I have to, like, get all of my video editing software and, you know, recording software and stuff set up on a new computer, so it would have to be a period of time where I don't really have anything that I want to stream or make videos for. And technically, I wasn't making many videos this last month, but I was also just very busy in general, so I wasn't really on the top of my priority list. Why does the speedrunning leveling person have a time counter on a leveling run? Exactly, yeah.
You have my thanks, Chad.
I don't know, like... Yeah, it is definitely kind of weird to, like, you know, click on the live stream of somebody who primarily makes WoW speed leveling videos and say, why are you speed leveling World of Warcraft? Gee, I don't know. Couldn't possibly tell you why I might be doing that.
Thank you for the rescue. I will see if any of the other
I was gonna say, I saw those out the corner of my eye, but...
I was overwhelmed in fighting.
What's the fastest way to level from 10? Well, you gotta do the campaign on your first character no matter what. We are still figuring out what the fastest leveling method is. When I find it out, I'll tell you. Are the daily quests the same for everybody? One of them, you get to choose your objective. So some of them, it seems they're, like, chosen for you. The one for, like, doing stuff in Heroic World Tier. I'm not sure if that's a daily or a weekly. I think those quests might be weeklies. I don't know for sure. But the Infinite Research one, you should be able to choose your objective. That one is definitely daily, but it's banked up. Now, as for whether or not the 6 or the 4 different options you're given, whether those are the same for everybody, I don't know.
You dare challenge me?
My hunter king. This
It's a crazy voice.
I want this Shamronir to tell the others. Tell them they're
Oh, crap, I should have been clicking this.
I master this hammer.
Am I just doing world quests? I was doing a world quest before just to test that thing, but there aren't many world quests that have unlocked so far, it seems. Like, there's one more in High Mountain that I can see, but looking around the map, I'm not seeing many other world quests. There's some for the dungeons. Escape Bightstone Cave. Okay, do I just, like, leave then? Sure. Anyone remember how long the first character was in Mop Remix? Let me tell you. Are you saying my first character? Like my first run, basically the Mop Remix version of this? That I can find pretty easily. What the heck? Escape the cave. Oh, is there's some fucking weird shit where I have to hit like an invisible trigger? Alright, hold on. Let me WoW hit this. Dark Rule and the hammer. Run around the cave entrance, yeah. Quests like this are just so fucking stupid. We've put like a single random checkpoint, yeah. There's just some random waypoints that you have to hit the exact fucking spot. Ugh. Worse shit. Kind of out of vigor now, so I'm looking for... This will actually probably restore vigor for me. Got to it first. Assuming that stuff doesn't despawn. Of course it does. Fuck my life. Whatever. Not that big of a deal. Let me check my channel real quick. Because I'm also curious about that. I forgot to look up the time. You can't get in? Is it, like, are you on Europe, or are you just saying, like, you're on North America, but it won't let you in? Like, it's bugged or something? Let's see. When was that? That was... Yeah, my first mop remix 10 to 70 speedrun.
High chieftain, Ulan, tried to stop him and was slain. Mela may have picked up her father's totem, but she is not High Chieftain yet. Dargirl didn't just...
It was pretty long, holy. I forgot how... Yeah, I feel like this will probably be faster, but... I mean, TBD. We are already 3 hours in. Where was I at level 36? How long into that did it take? I actually did LFR. Interesting. Right now, the times are kind of matching up. Interesting. Yeah, it was... My first mop remix run was 9 hours, 30 minutes. I'll throw the link in YouTube chat. It's bugged for you? Oh, that sucks. I think it should be... The video's unlisted. Yeah, it's unlisted, but it's not privated, so you should be able to look at it. But yeah, if you want to see, that was the first mop remix run. So, on a similar pace... That being said, I kind of did a similar thing in my mop remix run, where I did a lot of, you know, achievement hunting and things like that to get all the different buffs. And I did run LFR at some point. I forgot about that. There's less LFRs to do, though.
Be safe now. Come, let us speak with Mela.
We only have this stuff. I wonder, would this be worth it to run?
You have returned. Thank the spirits.
We'll see.
Mela, child. The Underking has destroyed...
I'm probably going to want to do this as Vengeance, so that means I need to actually get my Vengeance weapon first. See. Man, this takes forever. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab this quest, and then I'll head back to Dalaran. I'm gonna turn in the quest to, or we'll do the chain to unlock the Vengeance weapon. Oh, well, I remember that quest, right? It's in the different spot. It's downstairs. I'll worry about that later. When is EU? I don't know.
It is a day for flying.
I am the wrong person to ask for that. I don't play on EU. Maybe somebody in chat will know, though. You got the Dungeon Deserter buff after completing the Broken Shore intro scenario? When do you unlock the Broken Shore intro scenario? Do you unlock it, like, relatively early? I did see I had a lot of random breadcrumbs in my, available to me. I think... Unless there's, like... Unless it's confirmed that LFR gives you something good, I'm gonna hold off on doing it yet. Because there might be a case like in Mop Remix, where LFR is like really crap at the start, and then they buff the rewards. And I don't want to potentially lock myself out. Although, in theory, I think it might be a daily reset. I don't know for sure. You think Shadow Disc Priest is a good pick for Legion Remix? I mean, define good pick, right? The best pick is whatever you find to be the most fun. And if it was the strongest spec, I'd probably say yes, just unequivocally it is a good pick, so take from that what you will. All joking aside, I mean, like I said, it depends on what you're looking for. Priest is an okay leveling class. I would say, honestly, not Shadow, if anything. If you're going to level as a Priest, it's basically the only spec you didn't mention there. Holy is the best leveling spec. Disc at higher levels kind of gets comparable, but Holy does like actually crazy damage. So if you're gonna level a Priest, that's usually the play. It also has really good scaling at the start, and I suspect that especially when we don't have many abilities, just being able to spam Holy Nova is going to be very strong. And technically speaking, you can do that as any of the specs, but at lower levels, Holy actually has the best single target because all of your Holy Fire modifiers you get at like super low level. So you're able to get like really good single target bursts while also just having AoE in the form of spamming Holy Nova. And that's actually pretty good. It still might be a little bit awkward, and the biggest issue that Priest tends to have is its mobility is kind of crap. Which might not be as bad here, just because you have like a lot of speed that you can target on your gear. So having bad baseline mobility may not hurt you as much as it might normally. But it is something to keep in mind. Europe is in 8 hours? I don't know if your maintenance will be as long as it is in North America. I feel like that would be kind of crazy. How DH? What do you mean how DH? I don't think I understand the question. Like, how is DH? Is it good?
Greetings, traveler.
If you're asking whether Demon Hunter is good, then yes. This Demon Hunter is quite good. Sure. Demon. Well, yeah, I know what DH means. I know that DH is demon. You don't need to. I wasn't asking what does DH mean. I don't understand. Like you typed how DH. What's the like how DH what? Is it good? How am I playing DH? Just how DH doesn't give me anything to work with.
I counsel the High Chief. May the ancestors watch you. I knew you would come.
What's this? Oh, right, I remember that. People are saying it. Oh boy. Oh yeah, this is to buy it off them. And they get all sassy, like, oh, you tried to steal it from me. Let's get this where. I think this is the last box that I have yet to open. I kind of wish that they would just auto-consume that thing that buffs your weapon. Like, it doesn't really need to be something that you have to manually press. This is, I think it's at the bottom of the waterfall? Yeah. No, I mean, you're fine, Gamer Boy Earl. I don't know what you're asking. I'd love to be able to answer your question, I just don't understand it.
I serve the descendants of Home. Home was the strongest of champions and first of our tribe. At the call of Crassus, he defied the Legion and defeated many demons with the Eagle Spear.
Okay. They just all stacked up. Okay. That... easy, I guess. Pro answer how DH? The DPS of DH. It's good. Like, DPS while leveling is always going to be, like, kind of a hard to measure thing. Raw damage is not the most important thing while leveling. If something dies really early, which most things while leveling will, then it doesn't matter if you did, like, a crap load of damage. All that matters is that you have good burst damage and, you know, can kill things in a reasonable amount of time, and also that you have good survivability, and that you have good mobility, and I mean, there's a lot of things that matter for leveling. Raw damage is not all that matters. And, what's it called? Demon Hunter does good damage, but so do many other things. The thing that makes Havoc Demon Hunter really good for leveling is the fact that it's basically as tanky as a tank spec, other than, like, direct white hits. So, against, like, a lot of massive white hits, Havoc will struggle if you can't self-heal enough, which sometimes you won't, but outside of, like, that one situation in Heroic World tier, you're not really going to encounter that in the vast majority of standard leveling. It's more than enough survivability. Basically, anything that will kill a Havoc Demon Hunter will kill, like, the vast majority of other specs long before it. But also, Havoc has crazy mobility, which, I mean, still is good here, right? It's helped having high mobility. But it's a little bit less important just because of how much passive speed you have on your gear. So if the question is Havoc a good DPS spec level? Yes. Is Havoc the best DPS spec level? I don't fucking know, probably not. But it doesn't really matter. Oh. Right now, I'm not playing as Havoc Demon Hunter. The mobs are dying pretty quickly, yes. But this is the secret hole in the High Mountain spec. Where do I go?
They sing of Holm's thirst to spill demonic blood.
Holm, it is good to see you on this field of battle. You look...
This demon will fall to the Eagle Spear, Shadowsong. Play with your imp slide. Shadowsong had one last favor to ask of Holm. Defeat the Lord of the Nathrezim, Tychondrius.
Is Hunter good? Yeah, I mean, Hunter's fine. Hunter while leveling is a little bit weird just because, like, the last time I tested it, MM is not great for leveling. BM is good, but BM is kind of in one of those specs where so much of your damage is locked behind, like, all of these weird talent interactions. So BM feels really, really, really clunky until higher levels, at which point it's, like, about as fast as a lot of other specs. Generally speaking, Survival is the best Hunter spec for leveling, but even then, it's not, like, amazing. It's good.
He returned to his homeland after the War of the Ancients, and it was renamed in his...
Can't really skip anything here, because there's no cutscene. Level 36 is crazy? You hope I get the speedrun record. Well, A, I'm not going for any records right now, and B, there's other people that are ahead of me. I think one of my friends is ahead. He's been messaging me. Where are you, Demo? What level are you? Yeah. One of my friends is level 39, and he's been fucking messaging me like, oh! He hasn't directly said, I'm higher level than you, but he's been like, oh, you're falling behind or something like that. So, like, Demo, if you're watching this, like, fucking chill out, bro. I'm testing shit. God forbid I do long roleplay quests that I need for achievements and stuff. So, yeah. I'm not the highest level right now, not even close, and that is not the goal. The goal is to test first character leveling, and, you know, this is what everybody will have to do, because if you're interested in leveling alts quickly, well, you're going to have to get all of these unlocks. Like, this quest that I'm doing right now, the fucking whole Nine Mountain shit, extremely slow. Terrible long roleplay questline, but you will have to do it at some point, because you'll want to get the permanent unlock for your account. So, better to do it now on your very first character. That way, when you're trying to level up alts, you can just do whatever the fastest, super-duper efficient method that gets discovered is. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just going through the campaign, doing all the achievements. What I say about MM? So while leveling, MM is really janky because, like, a lot of your endgame damage kind of assumes you're playing Lone Wolf. And you can't really play Lone Wolf while leveling. There's nothing bad... Huh. So this is obviously a demon, right?
High mountain stands.
Huh. And what, is this guy part of a quest? Why do I just... Oh. That's neat. Cool little bonus. But yeah, so MM is really, really, really clunky while leveling. Another big problem is that MM basically can't do, like, any damage until level 30 or something like that. Because MM has no real AoE. Its entire damage is built around, like, what do I... Oh! Oh, I remember this quest. Oh, God. This is the one where you have to, like, escort the old lady and she keeps falling asleep, right? Oh, fuck. I think I need to do it for the Sojourner questline, or achievement, but... Oh... Yuck. Where's the final drum? Oh, there's like a drum over here. There's like all these different variants. There we go. This is my fourth one for that, and then I need one more large ceremonial drum. Oh, is this the lady?
Have you come to trade?
Yeah. This is the Taran that sells homemade milk. Oh, Blizzard. That joke did not age well at all. Oh, man. What you hate about that quest is you walk so far and then she runs at the end. Yep. What is it? I have to... It's this lady over here? Yeah.
The river provides.
Alright, lady. I have to do all this inventory management, so... May as well. Okay, yeah, don't care about that. And... Oh, do I have to, like, keep moving? I guess I have to stay ahead of her, huh? Oh. Oh, yeah, and then, like, the game fucking baits you. Yeah. Do you want fast dungeon queues? Make and sign up as a healer. Yeah, well, when they add the 4th Demon Hunter spec, that's a healer. Maybe then. But right now, I want to finish this character first. Oh. You'd say that joke aged like milk. Oh god. That's good. Will Illidan become the last Titan? Are we talking about the lore? I mean, I'm pretty sure the last Titan just refers to Azeroth, right? Unless there's gonna be some hidden meaning where it's like, kind of like Battle for Azeroth, which, I mean, that one was kind of easy to see. Oh, like it's supposed to be, you know, the faction war, but it's actually like a battle against the old gods. I don't think it's like meant to be another secret meaning type thing.
High mountain stand.
I still... Hit the fucking checkpoint, lady! I'm trying to scrap my gear. I guess it's like this doorway that she has to pass through, right? Yeah.
How may I aid?
She picks up the pace at the very end. Alright. Scrap this last few. Come on. Why can't I? Okay, well, I don't really need intellect scrolls. Turn this in. Pretty sure this is part of the Sojourner achievements. But maybe I'm just wasting my time. Worst case scenario, I'm getting full quest completion. Oh yeah. So does this actually work? Worth a shot, right? It actually does. Wait, but how do we get back? There's no portal back. I didn't think about that. I kind of just assumed there'd be one. Are the guild vendors here? I guess there probably has to be... I think, yeah, there's some quests in this area. So they probably had to keep Orgrimmar turned on, but then they've removed all the NPCs. Can I? Oh, this fucking sucks. I guess we're going on a little bit of a journey to get back to where I was. Oh well. Oh crap, the 9% Mana Forge Omega buff is this week. I have to unlock that before raid. Where am I? Okay, it does just travel a set distance. So I would need to let it, like, ricochet beyond the mob. You can't get in? Oh, that sucks. Just realized my keybinds are wrong. What's that? Now it worked for you? Nice. Are you saying now you know it works? I see, I see, I see. I misread that. There's a quest for Black Rockhold, but I don't think I need Black Rockhold at all. I have a quest for Darkheart Thicket, but there's no world quest there, so I feel like it's kind of a waste to do that. How much is that? 5k XP? Yeah, that's not enough to really justify. I should go and do this. I didn't get to do it on Heroic World Tier, but I may as well do it now. It's gonna expire anyway. Stupid trees. There we go. Got a bounce. Where am I? Oh, okay, so the translocate thing, that's just like an inherent ability that this mob has. So yeah, it just so happens that this random rare mob is insanely, ridiculously juiced when combined with those bonus affixes. Because he just teleports you on top of the thing that does insane damage, and he heals. That's a very unfortunate combination. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, outside of Heroic World Tier, rares just fall over. The hitbox in that is kind of tiny. Ooh. Now that's a survivability ring, so I don't really care about it. Doesn't give me damage. Don't care. But got Leech Boots, Leech Belt. This is pretty good, I think. No, because yeah, I already have Volatile Magics, so yeah, I'm gonna keep this. If I get something better that causes me to already get Light's Vengeance, then sure, but yeah. And actually, right now, Light's Vengeance is just doing more damage, so that's definitely what I should be running. Yeah, there's another rare over here. When you say you have to finish the campaign to unlock it for your alts, is there a main campaign you should pay attention to? So, as far as I'm aware, a lot of the intro stuff is just specifically for your first character, and then if you hit level 80, no matter how you do it, like, your second characters will have a lot of the intro garbage skipped for them. Or maybe you get the option to skip. I'm not entirely sure which of the two that is. However, it is important to do the campaign because you get permanent account-wide buffs to your experience. So you're already forced to do that at some point. And right now, there might be some, like, dungeon farming strat in a 5-man that ends up being, like, marginally faster than this for your first character. But you're going to have to go back and either do this at max level or do it on a second character if you want to get all the special unlocks. So that's kind of the reason why I say you have to do the campaign if you're interested in leveling alts. If all you care about is, like, getting one character and you don't plan on leveling any other characters and you're just going to use that one character at max level to, like, farm bronze or whatever, then do whatever you got to do to get to max level and it doesn't really matter. But I think most people, especially if you're watching, you know, my videos, you're probably looking for ways to level up a bunch of alts. And in the long run, you will want to... actually, let's give something that gives me damage, yeah. In the long run, you will want to do all of this unlock stuff. So I'm just doing it as I go. I have 10 out of 15 rares now. Why is it lagging? Okay. Seems fine now. There's also, I think there's a questline around here, but I can't remember if that's a max level questline or something I can do while leveling. Huh. Let's do the Deathwing quests. Do I think Twinking will be busted again? I mean, it's kind of impossible to say at this point. I think it is a possibility. So far, I have not seen any evidence that, oh, Blizzard has completely killed it, it'll be 100% impossible, and, you know, level 20 Twinks are not doable. If somebody has tested it, and you have that information for me, let me know. I'm probably going to test it later tonight after I finish this first character, but, you know, I want to get this done, right? You know, there's plenty of time to test that stuff. If somebody's already done it, cool. But personally, I want to get the initial run over with before I do any other stuff. But I have no information that will confirm or deny whether or not that is a viable strategy.
To the vault of Neltharion, or as the world came to know him, Deathwing.
You have like 8 signups for raid. Guess you're done for this tier. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'd imagine, especially if you're like, if you're just kind of raiding for fun, then stuff like Legion Remix will probably make it harder to get people motivated. Oh, this dude's just walking through the air. He's crazy. Oh, there it is.
I serve the descendants
of so there we go. Don't care about any of that stuff. Lame. The real final boss? Yeah, the roster boss can be rough, for sure. I think I got a, Endless Scroll of Wilds. Yeah, I got a Mark of the Wild scroll. I'm just gonna refresh my other buffs here. Okay, so this is just like kill mobs, fill the bar. I don't need to do anything particular. Gen of Scales. I do need to go to wherever that is. Is it this thing? Oh, crap, it's down there. I missed it. Oopsie. Do I need to sit here and wait? No, I can keep moving.
goblin trash. We only strapped it to that worm's hide. No weapon of mortal make can penetrate these. This is a Titan Waygate. What lies beyond?
How long is the questline for all the leveling unlock? I mean, I don't know the exact number. You'll know when I'm done with this run.
I may know of something.
Definitely. Okay. Actually, I'd rather have that and that. Oh, okay, I didn't even need... It already queued my beta. I guess I probably won't need to fight anything for a little bit, so...
No matter the enemy?
Unless... No, okay, it's just a vision thing.
We should destroy them now. Our people need a leader like Hope.
That's...
One with the strength and there is
Plus that's two.
one way to deal with corrupt guardians. They are awakening.
Oh, okay. Crap, I do actually need to fight these guys. Sucks that I wasted meta. Probably doesn't matter that much. I can use my CDR thing. Okay, it actually does, yeah, clip through most walls then.
One of the eggs is starting to hatch.
Yeah, like, look at that fucking... Actually, that was just I-beam? Wow. I thought that was the shield and I-beam. Jeez, Havoc just kind of fucks at this point.
Ebonhorn. So it was that Holmes Mercy gained the allegiance of his family's oldest ally, me.
The whole time?
Mela, I am still the same Spirit Walker you have known your entire life.
I love that reaction the whole time. Mela's voice actor is pretty good. The Legion voice acting I always remember was like super hit or miss. Like there's some people that did an amazing job. And a lot of those characters are still like in the game to this day. And then you have like, I don't care what the lore reason is, the whole like, Tyrande, I need you, is just not very good. Even like Tyranda's voice lines in that were kind of like, eh. There's a lot of standout examples on both sides of things. I forgot about this rare mob. Interrupt stone cooldown. Ah. Yeah, look at how much that did on the overall. Absolutely carried with the triple rebounds.
What has the wind brought?
These bats restore a little bit of vigor. And this guy, if possible. That didn't shoot out as much bronze as it did before. Let's get some more. One down there. Is that a player? Okay, that's a player. Just... I saw a treasure chest somewhere around here. Now I can't see where it went. Oh well. I have to... I wonder, I think all of these quest lines eventually converge in Thunder Totem. So I'm pretty sure that I should just be... Oh, okay, cool. I'm pretty sure I should be doing all of the other ones, and then eventually just heading back. It'll save time that way. Can't remember exactly, because it has been a while. Yeah, the Kobold questline with the darkness.
The sky is cold.
There's another rare there. I still need a few more. Oh, treasure chests. Don't mind if I do. These give okay experience. I'm not entirely sure if it's worth grabbing them for just the raw XP, but I figure it's probably worth it for the infinite power. At least on my first run through. Because otherwise I will just fall behind on overall power gain. Okay, I'm stuck in combat. There we go. Still stuck in combat. Ooh, that's Memento of Angerboda icon. How did I must have done some achievement, I guess, to get that. Oh, hidden treasures. Okay. Cool, I guess. I think I get the Everdisk back up, and then I do my rebound, or rewind thing. Nice. Missed it. Really hard when you're jumping in water, though. $4 hours to 40, leveling is slow. Keep in mind, it's the first run, and I'm doing stuff that is intentionally not efficient because it gives account-wide unlocks that will help leveling alts. It was the same way in Mop Remix. My first Mop Remix leveling time was like 9 hours, 20 minutes or something like that. I forget the exact number, ballpark that. And then, obviously, by the end of Mop Remix, we got sub 30. So, yeah. It gets significantly faster as time goes on. This honestly feels... I don't want to jinx it, but it's starting to feel a little bit faster than the first time leveling in Mop. Because I feel like I'm gaining power at a faster rate. Whereas Mop, I kind of felt super weak for a really long time, and it wasn't until like the very end, when I had really, really, really strong gear, that it started to feel like a regular, somewhat efficient leveling process. Where are the fires? Okay. Worried about the goat of fast leveling taking this long, but working on achieves and stuff makes sense? Yeah. Now, like I said, my first Mop Remix run took just as long. And actually, I don't think I went that far out of my way to do achievements in Mop Remix. It's been a while. But I definitely did. I didn't level like super efficiently on my first time. I did like a bunch of quests in Town Long and stuff. But yeah, like the main thing is if you do all of the side quests and main campaign quests in a zone, you get like a achievement that gives you a permanent account-wide boost. So Val Shara, I did all the really good stuff, but then there's many quest lines that are really slow, full of roleplay, and I still stuck around to do them because I got 10% flat XP gain, so we're up to 30% total now, and I got increased infinite knowledge, which just gives me a faster rate of power. And now I'm killing things way faster than I was towards the start, and I think a lot of that has to do with I've been trying to focus on those upgrades. So now I'm starting to kind of outscale the content. At least that's how it feels. We'll see if this keeps up. But that was kind of my plan. It's really tiny. It's the infinite artifact weapon character bound or account bound? The individual power, if it's like Mop, which I believe it is character bound. It's not like infinite across all of your stuff. The way that most of this stuff works is you unlock upgrades which increase your starting power on brand new alts and the rate at which you acquire power. So on your like 50th alt or something, you may be already as powerful at like level 20 as your first character got the entire leveling journey, and you'll just be steamrolling one-shotting stuff. Which is kind of why I think Heroic World Tier might end up being worth doing all the way at the end of the event, when you're already like extremely powerful. But that's the thing, like right now, we just don't really have the power to justify it. Okay, there's something back there. Is it random doom guard here? Alright. I don't want to meta yet, because I want to get the CD reset on I-Beam. So used to having double vengeful retreat from Eldrazi Reaver. Feels weird only being able to do it once. Got all the captive Great Eagles. Now I feel like I remember these Flesh Render rocks being... Yeah, it's like 10% in total. So that's definitely a good way to get percent for this. So if there's one more Flesh Render rock anywhere, there literally is one right by me. Just do that. One nice thing about this is it's going to give me a lot of experience for the inevitable... Oh, ooh, we got Mastery increases move speed. Alright, that's really nice. So now Mastery is actually a strong consideration when picking gear. Because before, speed was the only thing that matters. But now if I lose speed but I gain a lot of Mastery, well then that translates into speed. The actual speed stat will usually give more. But that is good to know. My bags are getting kind of cluttered, so I'm just going to quickly clear it up before I forget. I also should check my artifact upgrades. I'm probably at a point where I have enough to get some upgrades. Yes. Okay, nice. Got some upgrades on this thing. Volatile magic. Cool, cool. Thank you for answering all your questions. No worries. Glad I was able to clear all that. Is the infinite artifact... Oh, that one I read already. Okay. You're off to die to salad bar. Oh, for a second I was like, what do you mean, salad? Yeah. Good luck. Yeah, that is a fun boss to frog. Especially as a tank. You get your cheeks clapped on that fight as a tank if you're doing the solo soak strat. But I like it. It's a cool boss. Honestly, the only fight this tier that I just really don't like is Fractalus. I actually kind of like all the other bosses. Spellbinder's like a bit iffy, but I'm curious. So anybody here who has done Mythic Lumathar, what do you think about it? Because I actually think it is a really, really, really good boss for that spot in the raid. It's like, it's simple enough. It's not super duper overcomplicated. It has like a regular just set of mechanics that anybody can just look at and figure out, but it's still relatively challenging. You have to conserve space in the room, you have to break the fucking web tangles and get out at the right time. And like in the final phase, having like there's a really high healing check, having to split the raid while also doing the movement properly is like not the easiest thing ever. I think it is a really, really, really good boss, and like a very simple concept executed basically perfectly. It might be one of my favorite bosses for like that spot in the raid. Fuck Loom, it's dog shit. As melee, it's awful. Okay, alright. Apparently, it's an unpopular opinion. Damn. Really? I could definitely see it sucking as melee, yeah. Like, as a tank, I gotta be up the boss's ass 100% of the time anyways, so it's like, it doesn't really matter to me. But if you're a melee DPS and you're trying to maintain uptime, especially if you get the what's it called, the web tether thing, and you have to run to the edge of the room, I can understand why that sucks. King Randy said, welcome back to streaming. Thank you. Good to be back. Keep in mind, I'm not necessarily going to be streaming super frequently again. Every now and then I'll do, you know, streams for important stuff, but I think I'm trying to take it easy on, like, streaming all the time like I used to, and I want to do, like, limited but more important streams, and then spend more of my time working on, A, videos, but B, I mentioned this in my Discord, but I don't know if I've talked about this, like, on a stream or something before. I am working on making a leveling add-on for Midnight. The expansion, not the time. Like, so many times when I say I'm gonna have a leveling add-on out by midnight, people are like, you know, 12 hours later, they're like, oh, it's midnight, you know, where's the fucking leveling add-on? I'm like, yeah, the fucking expansion, man. Not, like, 12 hours from now. So, by midnight the expansion, so a few months from now, I would like to have my add-on finished. That is my goal. So, I have been chipping away at learning how to code add-ons in my free time. I'm hoping by like a month from now to have like a bare bones alpha version of it, where I could probably do some testing in Legion Remix, just so I can, you know, fine-tune it. But I would like to have it fully functional by the next expansion. So that obviously takes time. I'm doing it all myself, so I'd rather spend my time working on that stuff than doing like random streams. Let's go. Are secondary stats locked to certain slots, or was that a lie? Versatility is locked to the artifact weapon. That much I know. I have like a good mix of stats on the rest of my gear, so I don't necessarily know if it's like locked. It may be that like you can't get critical strike on your cloak or something like that. I wouldn't be able to tell you because it's entirely possible I just haven't seen a critical strike cloak or something like that. But if somebody like actually did data mine it and see that it's impossible for a certain combination to occur, then maybe. We are a lot more limited in the amount of stats that we can acquire compared to Mop Remix, because keep in mind, this is the buff that you get. This is the infinite buff. All you get is stacking main stat, stamina, and like passive speed. So in Mop Remix, you got random amounts of every single secondary stat, so eventually, if you farmed enough, you would hit like the soft cap or something for, what's it called? For like critical strike or haste or whatever. That is just objectively no longer the case now because you can't farm infinite of that stat. As for how it appears on gear, that I'm still not entirely sure about. Dumb question while I wait for the rest of your raid. What is actually kept between characters between artifact power? Because artifact power isn't right. That I don't, for obviously Mop Remix, it was kind of like nothing. It was just whatever the baseline unlock is. I don't know how much they've changed from Legion Remix, but from what I've heard, it's relatively similar in that sense. The exact things that you unlock for achievements are different, so I'm pretty sure the starting experience values that you get, there is like a higher cap in Legion Remix than there was in Mop, which, to be clear, doesn't mean much. People always lose their mind over, like, raw experience modifiers. Experience modifiers only mean so much. If the actual thing that you're running doesn't give good experience, or is, like, really slow, RP heavy, and inefficient, then having a higher XP modifier doesn't necessarily mean it's a faster way to level. So still TBD on whether this will end up being faster than Mop Remix in the long run. But I believe that you can get the higher, or the XP modifier to start higher. But it should work similarly in that you're not actually carrying over anything. So like this buff that I get, right? This doesn't translate into my ults, but then as I get account-wide unlocks, my ults will start at like a higher benchmark, I guess. If that explains it properly. You got so fucked by that? You were soaking one of the areas and got the web right as the ads were coming out? Yeah. I haven't obviously done the raid as a DPS, at least on Mythic. I've hugged it a few times as Heroic, on Heroic, and that has annoyed me. But yeah, I could definitely see that being a pain in the ass, especially if you're going for parses, and you just keep getting screwed by bad RNG. That is never fun. Never a fun feeling. How am I feeling about Midnight? I would say overall positive. The problem is the stuff that worries me about Midnight, namely the add-on changes and some of the class changes, it's the kind of thing where if they really fuck it up, it could overshadow all of the things about Midnight that I think look good. Which is why it's such a shame, because it's such a needless L on Blizzard's part. Like, just get your fucking fingers off add-ons. Fuck off.
Veridus's time has come. Dark Sorrow and Ravencrest will join you on the hunt. You should be able to slip into the hold undetected. Keep your guard up out there. Veridus's skills are the stuff of legend. You'll need to destroy the wards sustaining that barrier before you can engage Veridus. They've spotted you. Hurry! To hell with landing! Dive into the hold yourself! Show them your power!
To arms! Lord Felsoul must not be disturbed!
The fools think they can stand against you. Show them the price of their arrogance!
Mortals, damn you! We must protect the wards! To the front! This has gone on long enough!
I need a target.
Death out! Did you dare face my lord's wrath alone? Hellfire! Halt their advance!
It's been years. You should know better than to stand against me! My master has granted me many gifts. Witness the power of the Deceiver!
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
I was Illidari once, left for dead at the Black Temple. Now, you will witness the might of my new master! Behold the infinite power of the Twin Blades! So, Illidari, you seek my head that you might take the Twin Blades as your own? Allow me to introduce you to their power. Mercenary, join me! Unleash your true power! Do not let the weak hold you back! Behold the might of the Deceiver! Behold the glory! I am through with this charade! Your soul will feed the Twin Blades!
Do not fail me, Meredith. Unleash the Twin Blades and destroy the Interloper! Return to Argus. We will deal with this one another day.
I have no need for mortal armaments! This is not over!
I'm out of range.
Illidari. The Legion won't soon forget this day.
We've rid the skies of the worst of them. We should have a clear shot to Dalaran from here.
You're alive.
The Twin Blades are even more impressive in person.
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation. Trust in Lord Illidan's plan. I think you'll enjoy the view. Let's go.
Yeah.
I see your hunt was a success. I had no doubt it would be, of course.
is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion. These demon souls will power the gateway. On your mark. Lord Illidan knows the way.
Your souls are forfeit.
Ready when you are, dear. There we are. Lovely work as always.
Illidari, the gateway is open. To the Fellhammer!
See you soon, gorgeous. It's been far too long. Far too long.
Welcome to the Fellhammer. My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion. Whenever you're ready. This way, your forces await. The Fellhammer is ours at last. Gaze upon the might of the twin blades of the Deceiver. We will follow our champion into battle, and we will strike down the Legion once and for all! Glory to the Illidari! I've sacrificed everything. What have you given? If we don't, the Legion will fall by our hands!
Called Hector. Go on. Of course, right this way. Legion reinforcements arrive soon after you left for the Black Temple. Destroy the portal behind you. Oh, it was a glorious battle. In the aftermath, we uncovered an ancient Nathrezim forge, used to create many of the Legion's most powerful weapons. Must not give up. Run.
The plight of Azeroth is far more grave than we first thought.
You'll want to see this for yourself.
Gaze into the Nether Crucible. It will show you what we have seen.
Behold the Legion's prime...
Azeroth must not fall. We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation. Every moment counts. You should return to Dalaran and secure passage to the Broken Isles at once. Azeroth must not fall. Don't follow anyone blindly. Think for yourself. Yes, I can see you. What do you want?
What do you need?
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation. I am honored.
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation. Death, thank you. I will not let you down. My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion. Do not tell who.
Sorry for the interruption, but we're going to jump you forward in time, past this moment. Like Eternus mentioned before, this experiment will eventually end, so we have to be wise about how we spend our time. See? Everything is the same, except now, we are in control of our own time. We're ready to proceed. Sorry for the interruption, but we're going to jump you forward in time, past this moment. Like Eternus mentioned before, this experiment will eventually end, so we have to be wise about how we spend our time. See? Everything is the same, except now, we are in control of our own time. We're ready to proceed.
Sacrificed everything. What have you given?
Azeroth must not fall. We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Your wish might be my command. Then again... Moving on.
Azeroth must not fall. Remember, nothing is more important than the Legion. The blood of any of the demons on the Broken Isles will do. Wish I was going with you.
Consulars, this is the demon hunter I spoke of.
Take care, my friend. Remain vigilant. It is a world of wonder. I have just the thing. Follow me.
What is it? Try not to get yourself killed.
Hold on just a moment. I fear I'm a bit of a pack rat. Now, let's see. Apexis crystals? No, those won't do at all. I must have put it over here. Arcane powder. Soul shards. No, that's definitely not it. Aha! Here we are. A crystallized soul. That ought to do the trick. Would you mind grabbing it? These crystals tend to have an adverse effect on non-demonic beings.
I knew you'd turn up eventually.
I was hoping to see you. Be mindful of your duty. Always happy to help. Be careful. You're tapping into magic even Illidan would have considered dangerous.
Champion, as your new war chief, I share with you the burden of securing our future. To that end, my fleet is preparing to sail for the Broken Isles. When you set foot in Stormheim, you shall have the full power of the Forsaken at your back. Make the journey with us. Together, we will ensure that no one can oppose the might of the Horde.
Let's get a move on. The Dark Lady's fleet is nearly ready to leave.
Do not test me. For the Dark Lady.
We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter. Are you familiar with the Vrykul? Towering, brutish warriors from an ancient stock. Subtlety is not a value they hold in high regard. Their legends speak of the Aegis of Agramar. To claim it, one must undergo some kind of trial. One must be worthy. The new catapults are faster and more powerful than ever before. I have our goblin allies to thank for that. Truthfully, Stormheim holds another treasure. One that I will be pursuing by my own means. I trust you are more than capable of handling whatever trials stand between you and the Aegis. Nathanos has been training a new generation of rangers. They represent both our past and our future. What are we if not slaves to this torment?
It's too far away.
What are you looking for? See you later.
Beware the living.
Azeroth must not fall. Death to the Legion. We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Alari, report in. Have you located the Warblades?
Yes. Carry it! Broken shore! Heavy resistance! Damn it all! Incoming!
We have their position. That'll have to do.
My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion. Trust.
I have an idea.
Suffer well. Show Karya no mercy.
Is that you? Finally, some good news.
I can't use that. I can't use that. I can't use that.
Dead. The fool! My wounds are severe. I fear you must push ahead alone. I will join you as soon as I am able. Azeroth must not fall.
I thought I sensed a paltry whelp wandering where it shouldn't.
I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I need a target. I need to target something first. I need a target.
There's always something to be fixed. I'll be waiting. Come back if anything breaks. Go put your gear to the task.
You seek answers? Guard yourself. What do you want? The world will change.
We are the Arcane.
Nothing like a hot forge and a good hammer. See you soon.
How are ya?
Off with you.
Come, shop, browse. Smell. Farewell, friend of the Grummles. Many deals for a friend of the Grummles.
Ladies and gentlemen, feast.
Step on up. Have a good one.
Feel free to browse. Good luck, friend.
Well met. Safe travels.
You need something?
Looking for something specific? See you around.
Our enemies will fall.
See you later.
Looking for something. Be careful. I buy and trade. Have a good one.
I am forsaken. Our time will come.
Good day to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on these feats of prestidigitation. Let's keep the show moving. The great Akazanzarak appreciates your coin. Yeah, put it right there. Thank you very much. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on these feats of prestidigitation. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on these feats of prestidigitation. He's in astonishment. His eyes produce a rabbit from this ordinary hat. Thank you. Your tips are appreciated. Gather around and witness mystical wonders like you've never seen before. Gather around and witness mystical wonders like you've never seen before. Around and witness mystical wonders like you've never seen before. Let's keep the show moving. The great Akazanzarak appreciates your coin. Yeah, put it right there. Thank you very much. All right.
Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on these feats of prestidigitation. And now for my next trick. As you can see, there's nothing up my sleeve. And bam! Gather around and witness mystical wonders like you've never seen before.
Safe travels. How are you? See you around. Hello.
Let's keep the show moving. The great Akazanzarak appreciates your coin. Yeah, put it right there. Thank you very much. All right.
How are you? Safe travels.
Ah, the simulacrum I left in place of the artifact that I retrieved from the timeline. Well, it served its purpose, and none are the wiser. Eris would be quite happy if you scrapped it to reclaim our materials.
I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Is that you? Finally, some good news. Claudia left me for dead. The fool!
I can't attack that.
Wounds are severe.
I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target.
Wondering where it shouldn't?
I'm out of range.
Doomguard headed your way!
I don't have a target.
I'll reduce this entire canyon to rubble if I have to! Tear off! The approach! Do not fail me!
I need a target. I need to target something first.
Do you see those corpses? Their souls have been torn right out of their bodies. I need to get closer.
I need a target.
What's that smell? Is that Billy Batty? Guardian must complete her work. You will not interfere. We shall
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
I can't take these infernals alone!
I need to get
This
closer.
all that awaits you.
I'm hit! You must continue. The Warblades are worth any sacrifice. I will secure a way out of here. Karia is yours.
It's too far away. I'm out of range. I don't have a target. I need a target.
The ritual is nearly ready. Stop them, you mongrels!
I don't have a target. I need to target something first. I don't have a target. I need a target. I need to target something first.
I will claim every soul on this pathetic world!
I need a target. I need to target something first.
The Legion is only the beginning. My blades call upon power from beyond.
I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target.
For every soul I claim, my power grows. I will rule this world. All worlds! Witness the might of the old Draki! Your destiny awaits. Behold but a fragment of the old rocket. Behold but a fragment of the old rocket. Veridus has shown me the true path. The Legion can make us strong once more. Behold but a fragment of the old rocket. Behold but a fragment of the old rocket.
I need to target something first. I need a target. I need to target something first. I don't have a target. I need to target something first. I don't have a target.
Your destiny awaits. Yes, I can feel your will weakening. Behold, but a fragment of the all. Do you not see? Still chasing others.
I need to get closer.
Never could.
It's too far
I
away.
will claim your soul, even if I have to tear it from your lifeless corpse. I will be.
Well fought. But Legion reinforcements are approaching as we speak. We must depart.
I can't use that. I can't use that. I can't use that. I can't use that. I don't have a target.
Greetings. Good luck, friend.
Keep your wits about you. If we noticed that object shooting out from the Fellstorm, so too did the Legion. Look there, to the north. Gaze upon the night hold of Suramar. What secrets are kept inside? Amazing. Ancient highborn ruins litter the landscape. And there, along the coast, it looks to be a Vrykul settlement. Fascinating. There it is. Land at the shoreline and investigate. Somewhere in those murky waters is our mysterious object. Time to get your feet wet.
is set in sand, not stone. Question everything.
I've sacrificed everything. What have you?
I'll be at safe service.
What do you require?
What would you ask of death?
What is it? Hello?
I think often about our future, hero. My people cannot reproduce. Are we not destined, then, to wither away eventually? No. The Forsaken will never stop fighting. Not while I reign. Not when there are still beings out there with the power to stop death.
News from Captain Dreadwake, my lady. They have found the temple. The Oblivion is landed nearby. They are building fortifications now, and will be ready to lay siege at your command.
Good. Send a bat. Tell them we are leaving shortly. I've no time for games. What joy is there in this curse?
Damn it! We're sitting ducks out here! Show yourselves, you cowards!
The Alliance will be upon us soon, and we have nowhere to run. Organize our defenses, beginning with the rear. I want Bat Riders in the air and catapults at the ready.
My queen, your safety must be our first concern. Surely we can leave a few ships behind to...
Do not question me, Nathanos. Now go. Make for the Eternity and bring this hero with you.
Yes, of course. Come along, hero. A single gunship? Are they insane? Griffins incoming! Man that catapult!
I need a target. I need to target something first. I don't have a target. I need a target. I need to target something first. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need to target something first. I don't have a target. I need a target.
The bold fools are boarding my ship! Come on!
I need to target something first. I don't have a target. I need a target. I need to target something first. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Let's
I
take
need to
the fight to
target
them.
something first.
But it would be rude to show up without a gift. The apothecaries will have just what we need. Beasts all over the ship! Put them down!
I need a target. I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
Filthy Worgen. A beast in a hat is still a beast. The mixture in these vials is extremely volatile. Once you pop the cork, there's no containing it. Place a few vials near their ammunition. Before long, the ship will be tearing itself apart from the inside. Meet me on deck when the vials are in place. There is someone here I want to kill personally.
I need to target something first. I'm out of range. I need a target. I need to target something first.
them all! For the Dark Lady!
I need to get closer.
Monsters! You have no place in this world!
You call us monsters? How rich! Stop holding back, old man! Show us the real you!
Monsters! You have no place in this world!
You call us monsters? How rich! Stop holding back, old man! Show us the real you!
ready to fly. See ya.
Good luck out there.
It's too far away.
Good day for flying.
Hey, keep it up.
I am forsaken. Dark Lady watch over you. What is it? Beware the living.
I don't have a target. I'm out of range. I don't have a target. I need to target something first. I don't have a target. target something first. I need a target. I need to target something first. I'm out of range.
What now? Remember.
With it. Get moving. Make yourself useful.
I need to get closer. It's too far away. I can't attack that.
We got the Queen into a rowboat, but she didn't want an escort. Told us to stay behind and fight. My guess? She landed somewhere up the coast and continued on foot.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range. I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
No sign of Sylvanas in the hills. What have we here? That's one of hers, all right. Get moving.
It's too far away. I need a target. I'm out of range. I need to get closer. I'm out of range. I don't have a target.
Make it quick. Try not to get yourself killed.
won't stop my hunt!
Deliver his head to the foothold.
I need a target. I don't have a target.
Do not test me. For the Dark Lady.
Strength alone will not win what you seek. But it will get you started. Find me near Agramar's vault, and I will put your strength to the test.
to target something first. I need to get closer. It's too far away.
Forsaken. What is it? Trust no one.
This land is ancient. See your fate. Oh, goodbye then. The vault before you holds not gold, but wisdom. Jotnar is its lock, and glory is its key. Forge a key in the blood of champions, and perhaps the lock will turn. Inside, you will find paths and more.
I need to get closer. It's too far away. I'm out of range. I don't have a target. I need to get closer. It's too far away. I'm out of range. It's too far away. I don't have a target. I need a target. I need to target something first.
It's not here. Those beasts must have dragged it into the cave. The search continues. There it is. The giant is holding it. There's only one way to separate a giant from its treasure. You know what to do.
I'm out of range.
Excellent. Hurry back to Dalaran and meet me in the Chamber of the Guardian. Safe return, friend.
Why are you here? Trust only your eyes. Farewell.
Let's get to work. It is a world of wonder. You